Good morning. At this time, I'd like to call this Board of Education meeting to order. I would like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the records. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Addis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
Donald Smack.
Present.
We have a quorum. Now, can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
Motion?
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
Second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now I need a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305 of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3-305B, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of employees over officials over who it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matters that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B9, to discuss matters related to negotiations. Section 305B-7, to consult with counsel and obtain legal advice. And Section 3-305B10, to discuss school safety. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second, Bill Gordy.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this open session of Board of Education, call this meeting to order. Convene meeting. I want to remind everyone that we do have a quorum. So a closed session was held today pursuant to Articles 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve closed session minutes to discuss matters related to negotiations, to discuss personnel matters, and to consult with legal counsel and discuss school safety. Today, Reverend Carl Mosley is here from the St. Paul's Episcopal Church, and he will lead us in the invocation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I want to turn it over to Mr. Taylor. I'd like to have a moment of silence. We lost one of our dear board members, Sarah D. Thompson, and we also lost KW Grants. So, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, before I have our pastor pray today, as all of you may or may not know, one of the longest serving board members in the state of Maryland, Miss Sarah D. Thompson, passed away peacefully on Friday. All of you know that Sarah has spent her entire life just about. She substitute taught for over 30 years. She was an EA for 11 or 12 years prior to that, and then has spent 24 years sitting up here at this board. I got a text message the other day from a retired teacher at Stephen Decatur High School, where I served as principal most of my career, and that person said it best. There was no greater supporter of kids and teachers and employees than Sarah Thompson. And I read that over and over again, and it couldn't have been said any better. And I know today that right up until the last month, she still communicated with me on a regular basis about what was going on in our school board and our school system. And I know today she's looking down on us, and I can tell you that Sarah Thompson's in a better place. I'd also like to share with you that we lost a longtime bus contractor this past weekend as well out of the Pocomoke area, KW Rants. KW2 cared deeply for kids. I had conversations with KW many times, and KW roughly a year or so ago had cancer, and he lost his battle to cancer. But he too loved kids and loved working in this school system. So today, before we have our open prayer, if we could bow our heads for a moment of silence in memory of both of these warriors who were supportive of our school system. Thank you. Reverend?
Let us pray. Most gracious and ever-living God, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support for all of those who are gathered here to do the work necessary to provide for the future of our schools and all who work within them, and most importantly, to provide to our students the quality education that will be needed as the future leaders of our communities. Give to all discerning minds and help them in their deliberations to be wise in the decisions that are made for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in the leadership represented in this place. May your blessing be upon them and give them the strength to guide them in the right pathways today, tomorrow, and in the days ahead. This we ask in thy name. Amen.
Thank you very much for those prayers today. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here to join us, especially during the time of celebration of Christmas and all the other holidays that we're celebrating here in this month. Now I'd like to ask my board members for a motion to approve today's open session board minutes from October 30th through December 5th. Can I have a motion to approve the open session board minutes and a second?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Buchanan and a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Moving forward, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. And certainly, as all of you know, December is a very busy month, and we are in the thick of things, celebrating and getting ready for the holiday break, which I know is always a joyous time of year for our students, staff, and families. It's also the time of year when our students really shine in the performing arts events all across our county. The leadership team and I have been crisscrossing the county to attend as many of these fantastic performances and concerts as possible. And at each one, we have been continually impressed by the talents of our students. I have tried personally to attend a concert every night the month of December. From Stephen Decatur High School's Children's Theater program to the elementary choral concerts of our youngest students, it's easy to see why Worcester County is known for its incredible artists. While I can go on about the remarkable performances of our students, whether it's in the classroom, on the court or field, or on the stage, I think that during the season of giving, we should take a moment to, on a lesser known work going on, take a look at the lesser known work going on in our schools and offices, and that's our efforts as a school system in charitable giving. Most recently, Giving Tuesday, following the Thanksgiving holiday, was also a big charitable campaign within our school system community, donating to our own Worcester County Education Foundation, as well as a number of worthy local nonprofit charities. The Education Foundation was able to raise in one day an incredible $12,027 from 91 individual donors. And this generosity also secured us a $1,000 prize that day because we had the most donors during an hour, bringing the total raised to the Educational Foundation $13,027. Our schools this fall have also held food, coat, toy, and even pajama drives to benefit charitable organizations, not to mention the penny wars and other fundraisers that have been taking place to benefit local families in need. Here in our central office, we filled boxes after box with food items for families from our county that are in need as part of the holiday celebration. All these acts of charity and kindness are not only a reflection of the giving spirit of our school system community, but also another means by which to model good citizenship for our young people and our students. Giving back, whether through donations or volunteerism, is an essential part of being a part of a community, and I am glad to see how our school system, everyone involved, is setting that example. Lastly, I'd like to close my remarks by wishing everyone a Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. During this holiday season, I hope you all will take a moment to reflect on the blessings in your life as you spend time with your family and friends and loved ones, and think about ways that you can help those not quite as fortunate as you are. Again, have a safe and happy and healthy holiday and an enjoyable winter break. And as always, Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'd now like to welcome our student representatives, our 2023-2024 student representatives who are here joining us today to provide their monthly updates from their high schools. And I believe this month we're starting with Pocomoke High School. And Tristan, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Since the last board meeting, Pocomoke High School has celebrated numerous achievements. Receiving 4-star status on the Maryland State Report Card once again, PHS stands out by surpassing all other high schools in the state with comparable poverty rates, and even outshining several with lower rates. Notably, our JROTC secured first place in all 4 parades this season with their impressive drill exhibition. Athletic accomplishments are abound, with standout performances and personal records by indoor track athletes and members of the swim team. The male basketball team has kicked off the season strongly, boasting a 4-0 record. Meanwhile, for our seniors, new beginnings are underway, with 75% applying to college, trade school, or enlisting in the armed forces. Impressive statistics follow, with 179 college applications submitted by the senior class as of December 10th, Furthermore, 99% of seniors have created a FAFSA ID, and on-site admissions for Salisbury University and UMES were successfully completed. Extending beyond the senior class, 9th and 10th graders had the valuable opportunity to attend a career cafe where they gained insights into various professions into our local community. Pocomoke High School proudly displayed its holiday spirit at the Mayor's Old-Fashioned Christmas with numerous high school students volunteering to ensure the event's seamless execution. We take pride in these accomplishments and eagerly anticipate a multitude of exciting and educational events in the future. Tomorrow afternoon, the Maryland Food Bank Fresh Food Giveaway extends support to families in need. And on Wednesday, the Pocomoke High School Chorus and Band will be performing at 6 p.m. in the Pocomoke High School Auditorium. On January 11th from 5 to 7 p.m., Pocomoke High School will host a FAFSA night providing valuable information on the benefits and significance of federal aid and how to engage with it. Then January 24th, another informative event is scheduled focusing on scholarships. In the realm of arts, on January 5th and 6th, talented Worcester County students will captivate audiences with their performance in Mean Girls the Musical Junior at the Ocean City Convention Center. Please join us in supporting these students who have dedicated months of their hard work to their craft. More news for the arts. We'd like to congratulate Kyla Gailliard, April DeShield, and Tristan Melvin for auditioning and receiving a place in an all-state senior chorus hosted by MMEA. Amid these announcements, we must also acknowledge the somber news of the passing of Ms. Sarah Davis Thompson, former aide and substitute teacher in Worcester County and longest-serving Board of Education representative. May she rest in peace. As we navigate the holiday season, please prioritize safety and cherish your loved ones. Pocomoke High School extends heartfelt gratitude to the Board of Education and executive staff for their unwavering support of Worcester County students. Thank you. Now proceeding to Talia Holland with Stephen Decatur High School's report.
Thank you, Tristan. 'Tis the season for giving, and Stephen Decatur High School has definitely gotten into the spirit. A simple walk through our hallways will no doubt get anyone in the spirit, with doors decorated in festive themes. Kudos to all departments for their jolly good participation in our SGA-sponsored annual door decorating contest. Throughout November and December, many of our extracurricular organizations joined in on the festive spirit as well. First, our Student Government Association sponsored a food drive for Diaconia and collected over 1,400 pounds of canned goods. The NJROTC program sponsored its annual Toys for Tots drive. Key Club members sponsored a card writing campaign for the elderly. The Key Club and the FCA partnered with the Salvation Army to ring the bell in our community, and members of Connections loaded several trucks with toiletries to be packaged for our troops. Members of our National Honor Society and Rho Kappa Honor Society worked with Worcester Gold and adopted 2 needy families for the holidays. Additionally, members of the National Honor Society volunteered for events with both the Ocean Pines and Ocean City Recreation Departments. Lastly, the National Honor Society donated $1,000 to Believe in Tomorrow, and Mu Alpha Theta donated $1,100 to Pajamin for Kids with Cancer after fundraising in the fall. Meanwhile, life has been busy with our co-curricular programs as well. The fall session of the After School Academy wrapped up with over 300 participants. The annual Children's Theater performed for over 5,000 children and adults from all across Delmarva. Members of our band, Color Guard, Show Choir, and NJROTC performed well throughout the parade season. And our NJROTC program earned excellent marks for its annual inspection. There is also exciting news regarding other special programs in the school. First, our math club team earned a clean sweep at the Salisbury University Eastern Shore Invitational Math Competition. Senior Abigail Videla will represent Worcester County as a Maryland Page. We had dozens of students gain on-site acceptances from Salisbury University, and we've had scores of students receive PBIS positive referrals. We are so proud to have such model students represent us in various fashions. In the wide world of sports, we would like to congratulate our fall sports programs on great seasons, including the Bayside and District Champion Golf Team, our girls cross country team for winning the Bayside Conference, our field hockey team for capturing its first regional title, our cheerleaders for making a state appearance, and of course, our football team for winning the Maryland 2A state championship for the first time in program history. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations also goes out to our numerous athletes who earned Bayside and or state recognition and or signed letters of intent to take their games to the next level. Finally, our winter sports programs teams are off to a great start with nearly 250 winter athletes participating in 13 different sports teams. The end of the semester promises to be equally as busy as counselors assist seniors with their post-high school plans and prepare underclassmen for scheduling and course mapping. We are also in the midst of administering nearly 1,000 state assessments in MISA, government, and MCAP examinations. In closing, we'd like to wish everyone a safe, relaxing, happy, and well-deserved holiday break. May 2024 bring us peace and success in everything that we do. Thank you. Now I'll be reading the Worcester Tech Board Notes. Congratulations to the Skills USA and FFA students being recognized today. Both organizations do so much in both our school and community. Last month, Mr. Stevens had the great pleasure to go watch 10 former Worcester Tech students graduate from the Advanced Technology Institute in Virginia Beach. 9 students received their diploma in welding certifications in maritime welding technology, and 1 student received his diploma in heavy vehicle technology. We are so proud that they took what they learned in Mr. Stevens' class and furthered their certifications. They all have a bright future ahead. Staff at Worcester Tech have enjoyed a 12 days of Christmas the last few weeks. Some days they receive small gifts or food, and some days they give back by bringing donations in for the Toys for Tots program, and they bring in dog and cat food to donate to the Worcester County Animal Shelter. Shortly after we return from winter break, we will be holding a joint STEM and trades night for students currently in 8th grade. We usually have a large turnout of interested students. During the month of December, we have had tours for 3rd graders, 4th graders, 6th graders, and 8th graders. We love the enthusiasm those students bring to our building, and we know it helps us to get them to be a part of a Worcester Tech program when they're in high school. Finally, we wish everyone a happy and safe holiday break. Now on to Catalina from Snow Hill.
Thank you, Delia. This parade season, our school marching band experienced a remarkable journey. Although they faced a slow start, securing 3rd place at the first parade in Pocomoke, they rallied back with an incredible determination. Subsequently, at Ocean City, Cambridge, and Berlin Christmas parades, our marching band delivered outstanding performance, earning first place accolades in each of these 3 subsequent events. We take great pride in the unwavering dedication and diligent effort shown by our students, as well as the exceptional leadership provided by Mr. Krause, our band director. The JROTC also achieved notable success in the Christmas parades, securing 2nd in both Pocomoke and Berlin parades. Additionally, they claimed 3rd place in the Ocean City Christmas parade, showcasing their dedication, precision, commitment to excellence in each event. This impressive performance is a testament to the hard work and discipline instilled in the JROTC program, reflecting positively on both the cadets and the school. The program also volunteered with McKemmy Church to distribute food for families in need during the holiday. In the realm of academic and future planning support, we recently organized a financial aid night. During this event, financial aid experts addressed all opportunities, scholarship, and the upcoming FAFSA application process. This initiative aimed to empower our students and their families with the knowledge needed to navigate the complexities of the financial aid and post-secondary education funding. On a community service front, we proudly hosted a blood drive yesterday in collaboration with the Blood Bank of Delmarva. Notably, this event marked our school's first blood drive in approximately 4 years, as we resumed this essential community service initiative after a hiatus due to the pandemic. The turnout and support from our school community were commendable, underscoring our commitment to contributing positively to the well-being of the larger community. Looking ahead, we are excited to announce our winter choral and band concert scheduled for tonight. This event promises to showcase the musical talents of our students and provide an enriching experience for all attendees. We extend a warm invitation to the board members to join us on this special occasion. Meanwhile, the counseling department is pleased to share that Snow Hill High School students continue to soar, with 70% earning honor roll distinction during quarter 1. An honor roll reception was held during all 3 lunch shifts for the recipients on Thursday, December 7th. On Thursday, December 14th, a representative from Warwick Community College visited to offer on-site admissions to 10 seniors. Later that evening, we hosted our FAFSA Scholarship Night. Session 1 of the After School Academy wrapped up last week with 149 students, or 44% of students attending a session. Driver's education had all participants who attended all classes pass their final test and the class. The next session of After School Academy begins on January 3rd, with driver's ed being offered again, along with 3D printing and tutoring for all content areas. Now back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Preston, I'm on. Thank you for those informative reports from your schools. We appreciate you taking the time out of your busy school schedule to provide us with those updates. And from the board, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday, and we hope you have a nice break from the school. Thank you. Now it's time to recognize members joining us today from the following organizations. Do we have anyone from the WCTA here today?
Good afternoon, Mimi Scissornick, Vice President.
Good afternoon.
Everyone in the house.
Thank you, Mimi. Do we have anyone from the WCESPA? Good afternoon, Gwen. Thank you for being here. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Good afternoon, Helen. Representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs. I do want to point out that we have a former board member that is joining us and a former president of the board that's with us today, Mr. Buzz Taylor. Buzz, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to the board. Now it's time for individual and delegation we're going to do that first. All individuals who signed up to address the Worcester County, we're going to do recognition first. My fault. So we have recognitions first, and then we'll ask for people to speak. So we're going to go ahead and get those recognitions started, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start with Miss Tamara Mills, who is going to share with us our 2023 holiday card winners this afternoon. Thank you, Miss Mills. And I want to thank Miss Mills for her leadership of this program. The talent that our artists and our teachers get out of our students is absolutely incredible. In fact, I was sitting here with our board attorney, and she said a first grader did this, so I'm assuming that first grader is here somewhere, but we were very impressed with your artwork. And Mrs. Stansberry and myself agreed that we couldn't do something that good. So, and all of the other art is equally as amazing. So I'll turn it over to Miss Mills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, all of you that are here today. It's wonderful to see so many people here, and I'm so glad that our card winners could be here. As she mentioned, I'm the coordinator of Fine and Performing Arts, and this is one of my favorite board meetings because we get to really recognize some students for their great talent. We will start with our elementary school, our early elementary school card winner, and that is Miss Julia Struck from Ocean City Elementary. And we'll have Julia come on up, and her art teacher, Miss Stacy Phillips. Each student will get a set of cards of their design, a little gift card from us, and they get their framed artwork. Will you hold that and show everybody? Hold that up nice and high. Can you also turn around and show our board members? It is a really beautiful mixed media painted paper collage of some winter birch trees with a bird. It's beautiful. Our theme this year was landscapes of the season. So you'll see that they are all a landscape of some kind. Thank you. Ms. Phillips, is there anything you'd like to say about Julia?
I have the great privilege of working with this young lady, and she just amazes me. She tackles each project with enthusiasm and joy, If I throw a new technique at her, she is ready to rock and roll. And when she starts a project, if it doesn't quite match what she has in her mind, she's willing to work and work and work to get it to where she wants it. I can't wait to see all she grows and develops as an artist, because she's amazing now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Chisholm, can you come up as a representative of administration? And parents, feel free to get pictures. No, I'm good. Thanks. No, I'm good. All right, our upper elementary winner, and here, let me give that, Ms. Chisholm, can you give that to Julia? Thank you so much. Our second winner is the upper elementary, so grades 3 through 5, and the winner for that division is Paisley Gutzinger. Did I say that right? Okay, come on up. And her art teacher is Miss Sarah Perdue. She's from Berlin Intermediate School. This is your beautiful piece. Can you hold that, show everybody? Will you show the board members? It's a really nice, it looks like mixed media, also colored pencil, watercolor, landscape. The tree has our beautiful logo on top even as the star. And it has a real Van Gogh appearance to it. So, Ms. Perdue, would you like to say anything about Paisley?
Paisley has stuck out from day one. I remember coming by her desk and saying, "Are you sure you're in 5th grade?" Like, she's always been exceptional with her artwork, and her behavior is amazing. She's very talented. I'm lucky to have her in class. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our third winner is our middle school division winner, Bryson Harris, if you'll come on up, from Pocomoke Middle School. Bryson chose to do this really creative digital design this year, so he used a beautiful landscape piece and combined it with a multimedia background, and it's a digital image, so it's really beautiful. Miss Rachel Wisniewski is his amazing art teacher, and do you want to say any words about Bryson?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I've been lucky enough to teach Bryson in 4th grade. That was my first year at Pocomoke. Now he's in 7th grade, and I have him as an artist still, and it's just really awesome to watch him grow and to learn new things, and can't wait to see what else he's going to create next year so we can take this award home again.
Miss Freestad? And Bryson, Mom said smile. I hear he's also a weather forecaster. If anybody has seen WMDT, he has done the weather for them. And here is Bryson's gift package there. Thank you. All right, and our high school division winner, she is from Stephen Decatur High School. Her name is Olivia Slaisman. I'm going to introduce her art teacher to come up and say a few words. And I will hold, it's a beautiful scratch art. So it has a black medium on the front, scratch through. We probably all remember that from school. But it's beautifully detailed, really high contrast. Do you want to say anything about Olivia?
Sure. Hello. I have Olivia in utilitarian art, and everything we do in there is functional. And so we created the card as a practice for a ceramic plate that we did with a sgraffito technique. Everything she does is beautiful. She's super talented, and this shows it.
Yes. Thank you so much. And Miss Reiser is accepting this award on her behalf. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Hill, for being here with them. And our final winner, we do an overall pick of all the pre-K through 12, and that is called our Superintendent's Award. And it is one that really just stands out. This is our second year, I think, for doing that. And this year, our winner was from Snow Hill High School, Miss Maggie Harris Blackburn. Sorry, let's get it backwards. Come on up. And her art teacher, Miss Monica Forrester. This is a beautiful, looks like acrylic painting. I'll let Miss Forrester correct me if I'm wrong, of some trees outside decorated. It's really lovely. She's got a great hand. Miss Forrester, do you want to add anything?
Maggie is a wonderful student. I've had her for a couple of years now. She is a senior. She actually had the piece of artwork in the superintendent's collection back there, the Magnolias. She is an AP student, and she plans to go to college for art education.
Okay, so the fact that she's majoring in art ed is news to me today, and my heart just burst. I'm so excited. That is so exciting. Thank you very much, Maggie. It's beautiful. So again, thank you all so much for coming to our winners. Thank you to the board for supporting this this contest and this beautiful display. Every year, all the cards come here, and central office and community members get to vote for them, and it's just very exciting for these kids who have worked really hard on their artwork. And I appreciate you continuing to support it. And thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. I'm next going to introduce Mr. Zimmer, who's going to introduce Mr. Rick Stevens, who really needs no introduction, the man in the red coat, because he does so much for our students. And not only does he have probably one of the most successful programs at the technical high school, but he also leads our Skills USA. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zimmer, and we'll do some transitions in the meantime.
They were probably building or fixing something in the hallway. Wow. I've just... Yeah.
Sing something we all know.
As Dr. Wallace said, Mr. Rick Stevens needs no introduction, but as a principal and you have a microphone, you give an introduction. Our Skills USA program is amazing. It is known not only statewide but nationwide, as is Mr. Stevens. We have exceptional students that come to us from all three of the high schools. As a former principal of the comprehensive high school, I'll be very honest with you, I didn't know what these guys did because I was too busy at my own school. I say this every time I'm here, I'm going to say it again. Worcester Technical High School is a hidden gem in this county that not enough of you know about. So please feel free to come ring my phone and knock on my door and come in our building and see the amazing stuff that happens. I'll turn it over to Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Can you give him a round of applause, this young man? Mr. Zimmer and I went to school together, Snow Hill High School. I am 1 year older than he was, so, but we are going to miss him very much. Mr. Zimmer has announced his retirement, and we're going to miss him very much. So he's been such a big help to us and such a supporter. We appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Good afternoon. As he said, my name is Mr. Stevens. I get to stand up and be the one that gets all the accolades, but there's a lot of people behind this. Ms. Bunting is hiding in the back. She doesn't like to come forward very often, but a lot of people at school, all the staff and members of our staff make this happen. It's just not me. But I'll tell you what, I'll be brief, Mr. Taylor, I apologize. I do serve on the Skills USA Board of Directors, and I travel this state all the time for meetings. And I'll tell you what, we're lucky. We have a great administration. We have a great administration in my school, and we have such great kids. We are very spoiled. We have great students in this county, and we are very appreciative, and you can see why. So we'll go ahead and get started. First, young man doesn't have a certificate. He is our Skills USA Maryland State Eastern Region Vice President. Patrick Haynes, he's going to hand out their pins along with their certificates. Patrick. All right, our first recognition will be for Advanced Statesmen. We went to the carousel in November. They learned, these are our officers from school. They learned how to be officers so they can serve for the year. We have our Advanced Statesmen, Renessa Francisco Iptasio. I've been practicing that. Ava Rector was not able to come. Ava Rector was not. And Mandy Chow. Mandy? Also, as we mentioned, we talked about Skills USA competitions. We hadn't had a chance to honor these young students. We have a few that went to Atlanta last year in June, and they placed in the top 5 in the country. Our first group is actually, they were 7th graders last year, and they did the mobile robotics technology in Atlanta against all their peers from across the country and came in 3rd in the country. Cecilia Dielman and Katrina Donmore. This young lady was an 8th grader as well as last year, and she did our Skills USA pen design contest, came in 1st in the state of Maryland, obviously, and placed 3rd in the country with her pen. Alea Drummond. The next group we're recognizing is the Skills USA Statesman Award, Zoe Richardson. Kiara Lucas. The next one would be Hayden Flores, but he could not come with us today. Thank you. Chloe Wagner. Chloe. Clarice Pila. Leon Zalski. Peyton Redmond. Good job, Peyton. You got a dot. Edward Quick. What's up, Jack? Jack Byron. Josiah Ballard was not able to come, but thank you for the clap. Jada Taylor. Elizabeth Rankin. Demarion Miller. Madeline Harrell. Hannah Alam was not able to come, but thanks for the clap. Juliana Wooden. Abigail Cannell. And also Catherine Miller was not able to attend today. And our last award, we always say when we see him in the hallway, he's back. This is his 2nd year placing in the top 3 in the country for the Principals of Engineering contest, the one and only Matt Beck. I'd like to thank the family and friends for coming out. Thank you very much, and again, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, you may stand up back here, right? Get on, sit on Zimmer's shoulders.
Sure, this is going to work real well.
Parents, if you want to come up, please feel free to walk up.
job, Zimmer. Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely a job-related injury. It's old age.
Thank you.
Good job, Rick. Good job, Rick. Thank you.
Every time I grab the mic, people walk out. As familiar as the Skills USA group has been to Board of Education meetings, the next group, which is the Future Farmers of America, are not so familiar. But I think that's about to change. I think they will be at a lot of meetings being recognized. If you'll move, bring them on up here. Our advisor, Mrs. Flores Johnson, when I arrived at Worcester Tech 6 years ago, I think she had 5 students in the FFA. Now they hold monthly and sometimes bi-weekly meetings. They're there all the time. There's probably 55 to 60 students involved. This group made it to the point of going to a national competition. So again, I think you'll be seeing a lot of their blue jackets, just like we see a lot of the red jackets. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Ms. Flores Johnson.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank everybody for coming out and recognizing our students. They work very hard throughout the year. What is interesting with the National FFA members is that they come from a very wide background. So students that I'm getting in as freshmen may or may not have any experience in the agriculture field, and it's my task to bring them up to speed with what's current in the industry, as well as kind of fuel their passion for what they're interested in. So the individuals that you're going to see recognized this afternoon have a passion in the horse industry, equine science. One of our members who was competing on our national team actually is currently a college student going to University of Kentucky, and all of them have plans in the equine industry at some point, whether that is a degree, working as a professional, or working towards the veterinary science program. So without further ado, the first individual that I'm going to be helping recognize is Miss Danielle Eisman. She is a Decatur graduate. Individually, Danielle received the gold medal when we were competing in Indianapolis, Indiana, back in November. She actually ranked 28th in the nation for horse judging, so congratulations, young lady. Marion Atkins, Pocomoke High School. Marion was able to acquire the bronze medal. Kayla Lewis, Stephen Decatur. Kayla also received her bronze medal. And Haley Renshaw. Haley received her bronze medal, and just a personal note, Haley is actually my daughter. So not only do I get to teach her, but I also get to coach her, and it was a very special moment to be watching her compete at the national convention. So.
Okay, as a superintendent, you got to be quick on your feet, and right now I got to be quick on my feet because I didn't know about this either. But apparently they received a certificate of recognition recognizing for the winning the bronze team medal at the 2024 National FFA Convention in Indianapolis. So again, out of all the schools that competed nationally, Worcester Tech won the bronze medal, so it's my pleasure to present them with a plaque. Back up and over.
Okay, now we have individual and delegation comments. All individuals who have signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in an open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for discussion or investigation. When you're called to address this board, please state your name and address for the record. I would like to ask our speakers today, we give you 2 minutes. If you do run over, I give you some leniency, but at some point we will ask you to wrap it up, okay? So today, first on the list, I have, and I'm going to try to make sure I pronounce all the names right, so bear with me. It's Michaela Denot.
Michaela, can you just tap that mic to make sure you're on?
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Michaela Denault and I'm from Berlin, Maryland. I'm graduating this year from Northwestern, but this wouldn't be possible without all the teachers, staff, and resources from Worcester County Public Schools. I'm grateful to be able to share my story. But these book bans happening here are suppressing the stories of your own teachers and your own students. We need to give our teachers and students the freedom to write their own chapters. To do this, we must first ensure schools are safe, supportive environments for all children. I'm first talking about the safety children need to feel accepted no matter how they identify. Kids who realize that they are gay or lesbian or that the body they walk in does not match the soul inside of them still do not always feel safe to express that to others. Deciding that banning books is acceptable in a free nation is saying to these students that they shouldn't feel safe to be themselves at their own schools. Children need the safety to focus on what's important: learning and having fun with friends. Growing up with 2 moms has always defined my upbringing. There was once a parent who didn't want their kid playing with a girl with 2 moms. A teacher stood up for me saying, "Michaela has every right to be here, just like your kid." What that teacher did is what we need to do for all our students. Just be there for them. We send our kids to school because of the highly qualified and professional teachers who are there to grow every child. In high school, I wrote a book called 2 Hens and a Chick. It would probably be banned. I told the stories of my 2 moms. Reading and writing became an outlet for me to not only share the love of my family, but also know that there are other families out there like mine. Is this what we want for our children? To teach them that reading is a crime? To teach them that some of us are less than just for existing? We will not bully kids for who they are. We will not isolate kids for their identities. No kid should sit in fear of being themselves. I hope that every one of you wants as badly as I do to see our kids happy and successful. No child is undeserving, and that must be our policy in Worcester County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Christine Wagner. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Christine Wagner. I live in Berlin, Maryland. I'm very emotional. I'm a parent of 2 children. one of whom graduated in 2017 from Worcester Tech and from Stephen Decatur. He graduated with the engineering program from here, and he wrote a book in middle school with the help of one of his wonderful teachers. He was also the head of the GSA, which was then called UAO, United as One, because they didn't want to exclude anyone, and they didn't think that gay-straight alliance was inclusive enough. My current person in school is, who just got an award, is a junior at Worcester Tech and Stephen Decatur, and she's in the nursing program. When I moved here from New York, New Jersey area, I was very worried because there was very little diversity in my son's school. But a lot of the teachers I'm friends with now allayed my fears on that behalf. And my daughter's trying to call me right now. Welcome to the 16-year-old. I'm a local CPA. I live in Berlin. I'm a taxpayer, and I believe in public education. So I would like to be a voice for all students against these people who want to effectively defund public education and or only make it serve people who look like them and think like them. I trust the professionals and the procedures they follow in selecting what is in the libraries, and I know that there are already processes for parents to challenge books and also request that their child does not have access to a book. What I do not want is other families to be affected by other people's ideas of what is appropriate. I'm concerned by
Ms.
the
Wagner,
idea.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap it up, please. Thank you.
I have one more little page. I'm concerned by the idea of segregating these books that one member chose to refer as cringeworthy. This is stigmatism, akin to assigning the books and any people looking at them as being made to wear a yellow star. Identifying them as different, not normal, leading to possibly targeting and bullying. This is not acceptable. Please protect all our children and prevent people who are willfully ignorant from forcing their views on our entire community. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Indy Southward.
Hi, I'm Indiana Southward. I am 12 years old and I love my cat, reading, and robotics. I'm also transgender. It seems discriminatory to let people that are not parents ban books. As a wise author says, Chima Adichie says, the danger of a single story. What she meant by this is if you tell a story from a single perspective over and over again, people will believe it's true, no matter if it is or not. Banning LGBTQ books would send a message that people like myself are scary or bad and would lead to more resentment to my community. I'm not a threat to anyone. I just want to be happy like the rest of you. Thank you for listening to my speech. Have a good day.
Next up is Alexis Southward.
Thank you to the board for hearing me today. And I normally don't like to speak in public, but you just saw my reason for being brave. Here we go. Opening up the option for any local to challenge a book, whether they have a child involved in our public schools or not, makes the number of books to be reviewed unpredictable and difficult to budget for. In Worcester County, the review board includes 3 teachers and 1 media specialist who all need to be paid. There's also the option of an appeal within 30 days, which one would assume would follow a similar review process. In Northampton County, Pennsylvania, it was estimated it could cost the district $110,000 to pay staffers to review 23 books challenged by their local Moms for Liberty chapter. This proposal could also open Worcester County up to lawsuits. Other public school book ban lawsuits have been pursued by families, authors, publishers, and civil rights groups. Any effort to ban books is ineffective in an age of digital media. Book bans tend to make banned books more sought after. So with just a few clicks, your child could have this book on any device that can reach the internet. Furthermore, research strongly suggests that behaviors such as teen drinking, smoking, and sexual activity are influenced by many factors, ranging from parental behavior and home environment, social media, peer influence, but least of all books, making this performative nonsense that harms all students, not just our vulnerable LGBTQ community.
Folks, if I can ask you to hold your applause to the end because we're going to cut into the speaker's time, okay?
70% of parents with children actually in schools disagree with book bans. Nationally, less than 1% of students opt their students out of required reading or literary assignments in public schools when given the option to do so. Let's leave this issue to concerned parents who have children in the school and not to outside extremist forces who want to push their political agenda onto our children. If the parents are not pushing this, then why are we pursuing it at such a great cost? I hope that the Worcester County Board of Education understands that this is a waste of money, resources, and time that our teachers and library staff could be using to make our schools a more inclusive environment for all of our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Pam High. It's hard to see, so I apologize, but I'm trying to do the best I can with all the names. Pam is Hay. Okay, you're up next. Thank you.
Pam Hay, I lived in Berlin downtown for 40 years.
Please speak into the mic, Pam. Thank you.
Pam Hay, I lived in Berlin for 40 years, raised 2 children. They're aged 42 and 47, I think, right now. They went to Buckingham, Berlin Middle, and then Stephen Decatur. And this issue came up when my 47-year-old was in Stephen Decatur. Somebody was trying to ban something or say somebody couldn't come to school for some reason. And he wrote a letter, which I framed, actually. I kept it. And I guess it's been, 30 years or something since then. But he wrote it, and he was calling for the board to respect other people's differences and to just let them be who they are. I was so proud of him at that time, still am. He has his doctorate, by the way, and he went to all these public schools that people were putting down last thing. But anyway, here we go again, dealing with people being closed-minded who don't want anyone to be different if they're different from them. How very Germany, 1933 of them. The country went through this type of thing during civil rights, which, I was here for too. And their reasons for no change, many were based on religion, for the inhumane treatment of people or their way of looking at religion. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gracie Purdue. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Make sure you speak right into the mic for us for our live stream.
Can I move it closer?
Yes, move it closer, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gracie Purdue. I go to Stephen Decatur High School, and these are my reasons not to ban books from the library. If these books were to actually get banned, we would be sheltering the next generation and keeping them from learning about these important topics, like how to do these like experiences safely instead of unknowingly and uninformed. We should be focusing on more important problems like the drug use in schools and the bullying and the harassment instead of what books the children are reading. Because, let's be honest, what are the books that we're reading actually doing besides teaching us topics that the school doesn't teach us? Like these important topics that are being banned. If they were to be banned, the next generation wouldn't know what these important topics are. Sorry.
That's okay.
We would be creating an uninformed generation instead of one that can learn from the mistakes and just because they get banned wouldn't mean they wouldn't be in the school at all. It would just mean they would be there in secret. And it's better to be there knowingly than not be known they're in there, because that can cause more problems. If we banned the books that should be taught, that wouldn't help at all. We should be teaching the teachers how to teach them better than not at all.
You have 30. You can wrap it up for us, please. Thanks.
If the ban is for us, then our voices should be heard and not told we can't have an opinion. If we ban the sexually explicit books, like they're trying to ban, we should ban the straight ones as well, because it seems like it's only the homosexual ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy Carter. I'm sorry, Kathy Cater. My fault. Sorry, I put an R in your name.
That's okay, they do it all the time.
It's all right, Kathy.
My name is Kathy Cater. I reside at 12311 Dixie Drive, Bishopville, Maryland. I've lived in the county for over 30 years, had 2 sons go through the system, have a granddaughter that's going to be here soon. I was assistant principal at Stephen Decatur High School till I retired in 21. The school system has a very thorough vetting process for the books in our libraries and for the textbooks that students use. They don't order off just anything off the internet. So this business seems rather moot. Unless you account for those trying to control our public school system, but don't have any kids in the system, or those that influence with autocratic ideas, wanting to limit things to what they think is acceptable, or taxpayers who have no real connection to the process other than owning property in the district. As an administrator in charge of seniors, I had the privilege of making sure that these children got the education that they all were entitled to, all, capital letters all races, ethnicities, genders, and LGBTQ students. As an educator, it is not only necessary but mandatory to be sensitive to the background of all of our students. Our minority students are currently facing forces trying to rewrite their history, rewrite their very existence, telling them basically they don't exist. Our LGBTQ students have always been here, regardless of the books that are on the shelves. Over the years, these young people have been forced to the shadows, fear exposure, fear losing the love of family and friends, fear being ostracized, often withdrawing from society, and committing suicide. Some people are hell-bent on seeing certain books banned. The comment that was made, they didn't see how reading that book would be of any help to anyone. Of course they don't see. They have a narrow viewpoint of what is acceptable, forgetting that the public school system is for all students. The same people say that they are acting in the best interest of the children. They're not acting in the best interest of my family. If you don't want your child to read certain books, fine. Be aware and parent your child. Won't tell you what your kids can read. Don't tell me what my kids can read. If these people have their way, the next thing you know, we'll all be at rallies with blazing bonfires while piles of books are dumped into pyres, shouting "Heil whoever." I don't think that this is the kind of system we should or want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Robertson.
I'm Brian Robertson from Berlin, Maryland. I have a daughter in Buckingham, pre-K, and I'll have another son taking the same path in a couple years. I'm here to give a professional artist perspective on book challenges. Not to be boastful, but to give credit to my testimony, I'm a national award-winning graphic artist, creative director for a SaaS company that's top 3 in the country. I have product design on the shelves at Barnes & Noble. I've done work for Nike. I'm responsible for Buckingham's rebranding efforts, and I'm also a product of the Worcester County Public School System. I want to begin by stating it is never art's job to tell someone how to think, what to think. Its job is to provoke thought. Interpretation is always the responsibility of the viewer or the reader. In the case of the book, All Boys Aren't Blue, it's not pornography, it's art. Its intent is only to stimulate the mind, nothing else. This is clear when you consider the entire work, just as you cannot focus solely on the pubis of Michelangelo's David to classify it. Today, To Kill a Mockingbird stands proudly on bookshelves, but this wasn't always the case. Throughout American history, our greatest literary achievements were the subject of challenges and bans. Sexual content and obscenity has always been the charge. These challenges, as are the ones today, are rarely about content and always about subject matter. These books expand minds, provide understanding, and are a record of life and culture at a specific moment in time. Relegating these books to a parental permission restricted area or banning them from libraries is an oppressive tool used to invalidate cultures and erase history to protect an ideal. Please don't be the ones that put the next Harper Lee in a closet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nancy Mickelson.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Michelson from Ocean Pines, and I'm also here to address the suggestions that were made in last month's meeting about access to books. I'm here on behalf of my 4 grandchildren, 2 of whom recently graduated from Worcester County schools, 2 of whom are still attending those schools. I'm very close to my grandchildren, and I have had the experience of great joy of spending time with them and with their friends, some of whom identify as LGBT. But I've also experienced terror that I hope no one here ever has to feel when you sit on a suicide watch for a child who has been bullied by people who do not understand their gender identity. Research shows that the brains of transgendered persons are different from those of cisgendered persons. Once I didn't know that, but after that night on suicide watch, I decided I had to educate myself. How did I do that? Through reading books. I'm asking this board to ensure that unless a parent and no one else requests differently, Worcester County students are able to access more, not fewer books, so that they themselves can become neither victim nor bully. I also ask that the board not endorse placing materials in a special section that is related to any aspects of their students' identity, because that sets them further apart from their peers. Title VI and Public Law 94-142 have already established that separate but equal is discriminatory and endangers students' ability to reach their full potential. I want to add by noting that we began this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance and the words liberty and justice for all. The current policies and procedures in our libraries, placed there by our well-educated library professionals, sufficiently serve that pledge for our students and their parents, and I respectfully ask that no steps be taken to change the status quo.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Reverend James Jones. Reverend Jones.
This afternoon now. Good afternoon to all.
Good
Reverend
afternoon.
James Jones, 2216 Worcester Highway, Pocomoke City, Maryland. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. I'm going to do this quickly because I have two areas that I want to address. One of them is a benefit for you, so I'll hastily do this. With all that's going on, I'm sorry, folks that don't know me, I am the convener of the Caucus of African American Leaders on Maryland's entire Eastern Shore. I reign from Cecil County all the way down to the Maryland-Virginia line. We work with diversity, inclusion, racial, social, economic justice. We work with police accountability. What we're hearing more and more, especially from the lower counties right now, and we have it all over, but is injustices within the confines of the school system. We're hearing about punitive actions being issued heavier for students of color more than others. That can and it cannot happen. It may not happen. But we only want to bring it to your attention today that these are the things that we are receiving, that we're hearing. And I know from looking around from being one of the most senior people in this building, by age that is, that there is something that can be done. We can ill afford to let ourselves revert back to the 80s, to the 70s. We cannot return to the lifestyle of those in the 60s, and we will not go back to the 50s. The justice that we require, that we should be allotted, that is not by man's issue but by God's issue, is that we should be able to work in unity together as one. And what is good for one should be good for the other. I ask that the Board of Education, that the ensemble here with us today would pay strict attention to how punitive actions are issued. And then that way we can continue to work together in unison. That is what I want to share with you. Now,
Thank you. Reverend Jones. Yeah, I got
yes, sir.
15 more seconds.
This one will be real sweet.
You got to wrap it up for me in 15 seconds.
Yeah, this one will be real sweet.
Thank you.
On February the 3rd, the Caucus of African American Leaders on Maryland's Eastern Shore, combined with the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People up and down the Eastern Shore, are doing a teen forum. This will be in Caroline County. This is not to separate, segregate, or intimidate anyone, but this is to find out not from lecturing to students, but find out from the students in the various schools what they need, what they'd like to see, that will make their privileges and their opportunities to get a good, successful education be a success. There are 25 high schools, Mr. Ferrante, on the Eastern Shore. Mm-hmm. There are 19 middle schools. We are picking students from each and every school to be a part of this.
Thank you.
And I promise when they return to their schools and their homes, there'll be harmony in the midst. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Jones. Next speaker is Mary Warnicki.
My name is Macy Warnicki, and I'm a senior at Stephen Decatur High School. No, I get it all the time.
Thanks for getting me straight.
I'm a senior at Stephen Decatur High School and a resident of Berlin, and I've attended Worcester County Public Schools for all of my education. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all today. And and I'm here to speak on behalf of students who are actively learning in our schools right now. I can truthfully tell you that Worcester County Public Schools are wonderful places to be. The love and learning promoted by our educators is the heart of our schools. The resources and acceptance offered within Worcester County Public Schools are inaccessible for some students outside of schools. These resources, including but not limited to the books that offer a sense of belonging for LGBTQIA+ youth, save more lives than we know. And these students do belong. You will never erase their existence by censoring learning materials that affirm their identity. I'm here to express my firm belief that Worcester County Public Schools should and must continue to be safe spaces for all learners. It is truly ridiculous and shameful to imply, as some people in this room in the past have, that the blame for collective academic failures fall onto LGBT+ students. Hate has no place in our education. The true reason for these failures is inadequate support for teachers, overflowing classrooms, and a lack of funding. By not funding my education, you make a bold statement about your priorities. Is it money or my future? There are brilliant students in our schools, and they are worth every penny. I urge you to listen to the voices of the students who depend on you, whose lives depend on you. Please hear what we are saying to you over all the noise. We need you to defend our rights to the affirming education that we deserve and facilitate the love and learning that our educators aim to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mandy Chow. I think I'm saying that right, but I know it's Mandy. So do we have a Mandy that's a speaker today? Yeah? Okay. Kennedy Sneed?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kennedy Sneed, and I live in Pocomoke City, Maryland. I'm a student at Pocomoke High School, and the comments that were made at November's meeting have been brought to my attention. This is not my typical scene. I don't normally do public speaking, but after hearing the disgusting comments made towards students, I felt that it was necessary to speak out. I am addressing the Board of Education as a grateful student. The board helps to protect and supply the valuable education that I and many other students receive. I recognize this importance, and I thank you. This does not mean that everything is how it should be. Your students do not feel safe when people of the public make malicious comments like the ones heard at November's meeting. Twice a week, students meet to discuss the events that occurred in that meeting, to decide on proper actions that should be taken in response to this disdain. I will not demand for anyone's identity to be agreed upon, but I will demand for basic human respect. It's disappointing to hear that respect was not a key value to many people in this room on November 21st. As a proud student of Worcester County Public Schools, I feel it is a must to spread awareness and face the hatred that your students experience both in and outside of school. Be compassionate towards other people. Their identity may go against your religion or personal beliefs, but understand that they are people with lives, families, jobs, and relationships, just like you. Treat these people as humans as well as you do others and yourself. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope to see a change for the betterment of your students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Danielle Packey.
I'm Daniel Packey.
Speak into the mic for me, sir. Thank you.
Inch over here.
Just pull it towards you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Daniel Packey. I live in 9 Mill Road. I've got 2 grandchildren, so I got horses in this race. Okay. First off, we've heard people talk about the review process for the books, and I know for a fact that if I contact the librarian and say I don't want my children to read this book, they won't allow it. Okay, so you have a system in place. Okay, you don't need outsiders telling you what you need to do. Okay, I looked up the mother or moms of liberty on the web, and they don't have a meeting here. They don't have a chapter here. So what you've got is outsiders and strangers telling you what to do. My granddaddy told me one time, he said, there's two things you don't do. You don't mess with people's children, and you don't mess with people's money. Okay? If they believe that they can deal with the children better than the parents can, they're delusional. The parents love them so much more, it's not even debatable. And if they've got the audacity to tell you where to spend your money, that's supremely arrogant. Okay? They don't have a horse in this race. Anybody can tell you to do anything. All right? And the third thing is that the locals here, this is like a house. Okay? All right, where all the local citizens who have their children here and pay taxes and do everything are all in the house. And these people are outsiders. They're stalkers that are looking in the window yelling at you. Okay? They don't vote. People inside the house vote. They decide who sits at the table and who don't. Okay? Banning books is a travesty. It will not improve higher education. It will not improve the quality of education. As my granddaddy used to say, that dog don't hunt. And matter of fact, it's the antithesis of quality education to do that. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark, and it's Richards. Is that correct? Or it's scribbled in here, so I can't quite make it out. But Mark, is there a Mark in the audience that signed up to speak today? Okay, from East Wind Drive. Okay.
Got it. Tell us the real answer, please.
I figured by your address I could find you.
My name is Marley Roberts. I live in West Ocean City, Maryland. I'm currently in my senior year at Stephen Decatur High School. I'm a straight A student, and I'm the president of my school's Gender Sexuality Alliance, now known as Powerful Youth. I'm an active member of our school's community. I'm here today to voice the hurt and disgust I am feeling after the last Board of Ed meeting. I'm horrified with the hateful and damaging rhetoric our community members are spouting about our libraries, educators, books, and students. They say books in our libraries are pushing an agenda, when in reality, many kids find a much-needed escape in these books. They feel seen and represented. When you try to take these books away, it is taking a very valuable resource that the students of Worcester County are entitled to. These select community members speak of indoctrination and forcing an agenda. We are the only ones pushing an agenda. They are trying to force their political beliefs into our education under the guise of they are protecting children. But all public school students deserve an education free from biases and political agendas. Students deserve to feel safe, comfortable, and represented in their schools. If these people are allowed to shove their beliefs into our educations, the little safety and comfort we have will be completely eradicated. As a queer student who has been here for all 12 years of their education, I am so tired of constant attack and needing to prove that I deserve to exist. I know many other students are tired too. We shouldn't have to fight for these basic human rights. I am begging of you to think about all the students and teachers who would be harmed if these people are given what they want. No student or educator deserves to go through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, folks, the next one I'm not going to even attempt to say the name, but I'm going to say the address, 205 Graham Avenue. There you go.
Hello, my name is Sierra Harkness, and I live at 205 Graham Avenue in Berlin. I've come today to voice my opinion on the talk of book banning and restrictions as a student at Stephen Decatur High School. I've loved reading my entire life and have learned a lot about people through the wonderful books I have read. I have found the fantastically written characters of S.C. Hinton and the complexity of Ray Bradbury and enlightened poems of Virginia Woolf. These authors and poets have opened my world to the vastness of who people can be. I've read books that saved me because I found writers who understood me. The new policies and books that are set to be banned limit that chance for other people like me, who need books to feel heard and understood. Please see how these people are limiting hundreds and hurting us more than it is helping us. Books that could save lives and keep our students knowledgeable are being put into a restricted section to never be seen. They say that they're doing this to protect children, to keep them safe. They follow through with their actions and will do the exact opposite and allow students and children to be put into harmful situations that could have been avoided if they knew about them in the first place. They say these books are pornographic and violent, and even though they have not read the books themselves, please don't let these people hurt us more than they already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Travis Ducote.
My name is Travis Ducote. I live at Algonquin Trail in Snow Hill. My family moved here specifically to raise a child to avoid conversations like the one we're having today, to avoid discussing what is and isn't degenerate art, a discourse that should have remained buried with its original proponents in the Third Reich. Sadly today, I am here to appeal to the board to move on from this topic and continue trusting trained professionals with years of expertise, as they previously have, with excellent results to determine what materials belong in schools and to limit input to the same stakeholders that they always have. Stakeholders who work, attend, and participate in schools, not hecklers who seek to harm children by shaming them for who they are and how they were born. Our county schools are successful and growing. There is no need to take steps backwards into a dark age of exclusion because a small cadre of bullies cannot confront their own shortcomings and instead seek to project their insecurities upon children. Any compromise with these forces, including a special section of books, would be seen as an invitation to continue pointlessly dragging our schools backwards against the forward march of time and progress. My daughter goes to the grocery store with LGBTQ people and persons of color. She goes to the beach with LGBTQ people and persons of color. And when she's old enough, she will go to school with LGBTQ people and persons of color. Nothing the book banning extremists in our midst and on the board can do will change that. The only thing that will change is if vulnerable people continue to attend our schools in an environment that will allow them to learn and grow and be prepared to live in the world as it is, or if we move backward and place them in an environment of fear of reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kathy Vale.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Kathy Vale, and I have a child at a northern school, and I am a gay woman. My wife is actually in the audience. I did not become gay by reading a book. I did not become gay by having gay friends. I did not become gay by seeing posters about gay people. In fact, everything in my youth made me not want to be gay because of prejudice. A person's either gay or straight, in case you don't already know, or transgender or any other LGBTQ label because it's at the core of their being. Not because those feelings were put there by external forces and heaven forbid some books. Excluding any references to LGBTQ plus world will not make sure all students grow up straight. Reading books with gay characters will not make straight students turn gay. It doesn't work like that. When the LGBTQ students learn books with characters like themselves or banned, it will solidify in their minds that you believe something is wrong with them. How will those students feel about that, and how, in fact, will they feel about themselves? All the vocal few who detest the LGBTQ plus community and their initiatives will do is remind those who are gay and transgender that they, at best, are not supported and, at worst, despised. It's up to you to stand up and support those students. Again, it's up to you. For these students, so many don't support them, even within their families, which is why suicide rates are so high. It's painful to be something so many people hate. Let me repeat that personally. It is painful to be something so many people hate. Do you think we choose that? Do we choose something where our lives, our jobs, and our friendships are constantly in jeopardy? Make no mistake, that's the seriousness of what you're discussing. You're discussing whether or not you'll stand for all children who need you, or whether you're going to stand just for straight children. Think about that. What you're considering here will not protect straight students from some ill-perceived evil influence of us queers. I'd like to add that the idea of creating a book space designated for LGBTQ books sounds like a fair compromise. However, the unintended impact is that anyone who enters or gazes into that section would be outed, whether or not they're ready to share their identity with others. Lastly, the world is full of people like me, gay, normal, contributing, well-educated members of society. Let's not create isolationist and discriminatory policies that, in effect, will harm both straight and the LGBTQ community. Instead, let's make decisions that are guided by our mission as a public school to support all students.
Thank you. Next speaker is Margot Gill.
I don't think I can follow that very well. My name is Dr. Margot Gill. I live in Berlin. I am a physician, and I have 4 children in our county public schools, which are the reasons I am here with you today. I was willing to relocate here due to the quality of the schools and the trust in the experts providing my children's education. I am here to implore you to not harm our children by banning books. Educating, learning, understanding others and ourselves is a paramount to the development of our youth and our community. Banning books is used as a bullying technique and to further marginalize, stigmatize, and harm our society and our kids. There is no positive of banning books. No one on the right side of history has ever banned books. In fact, the exact opposite. Focusing on banning books with any LGBTQ themes is prejudiced. Twice as many students who identify as LGBTQ are threatened with weapons compared to their peers, and 61% of them report verbal harassment, more so compared to their peers. It is also harmful and will further ensure that our kids become mere data points. Data with worsening depression, increased suicide rates, worsening health outcomes, and increased risk of being victims of sexual violence. All students matter. Are you going to ban books such as The Color Purple, The Great Gatsby, Frankenstein, The Diary of Anne Frank, Virginia Woolf's Orlando, or Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray? Parents may have an avenue to opt their children out of certain material in the school, but not, quote, stakeholders, unquote, not people that don't have the education, the expertise, or the stake in the game. I promise I'm almost done. Parents can also opt to homeschool if they want education control 100%. I personally want the trained professionals in charge of education. I trust the experts, the librarians, and my kids, our kids' lives depend on it. If you care about our kids in our community, do not ban books or do anything that will further marginalize or harm them.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Alyssa Carr.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Carr. I live in Ocean Pines, Maryland, and I'm the parent to 2 boys. One, a recent graduate of Stephen Decatur High, and another, an 8th grader at Stephen Decatur Middle School. How can a mother who loves to read give birth to 2 sons who say they hate reading? As a parent, I was disappointed, but my response was always, I don't care what you read, but find something to read. So Captain Underpants, Eric and Jesse, who were trapped in a video game, and the bad guys came into our lives. If these books were what inspired my children to read, I was happy that they embraced the characters in these books. And in time, we were able to move on to Percy Jackson, Harry Potter, and Holden Caulfield. My boys were introduced to these characters in school libraries by educated professionals who know what kids who don't like to read will read. As a parent, it's my job to filter the information when it comes home, to read with my child and to answer any questions and show them how the stories they read relate to their lives. When students are provided with texts that tug at their hearts and open their minds or touch their souls, we're fueling their interest, which fuels engagement, which fuels learning. Our librarians know this best. They are most well-versed inside our schools and know what their community needs. We are all here because we want to make a difference for our children and their futures. And our world is becoming more diverse, not less. Our librarians are the boots on the ground, and they are doing their jobs very well. So I stand with our librarians, our teachers, our students, our administrators, guidance counselors in our communities. I stand with Treston and Indy and Gracie and all of the student leaders who are here today who will be the future leaders of our community and our country. Public education is for everyone, regardless of race, color, creed, national origin, religion, gender identity or expression, socioeconomic status or disability, and every one of our students should have the opportunity to see themselves represented in literature inside our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gwen Lehman. What's that? She did.
Gwen Lehman, Ocean Pines. Board Member Addis has introduced a motion that would allow any Worcester County taxpayer to challenge books in our schools. The only conceivable reason for such a motion is that some who challenge books here do not otherwise have standing to do so. In other words, they do not have a child, grandchild, or foster child enrolled in a Worcester County public school. As a county taxpayer without children in school, I do not seek the privilege of challenging books. I trust the judgment and protocols of professionals in the field of publishing who classify book titles as age appropriate. I trust librarians who have been trained in library science and who work with publishing houses, book reviewers, and library associations. Due to the inflammatory rhetoric of those who complain here about particular books, I cannot view extending the privilege of challenging books as benign. Name-calling, threats, bullying, calls for defunding our schools are not persuasive arguments for their avowed motivation, protecting the innocence of children. Nor does that rhetoric make me likely to support the creation of an older teen collection, which connotes a judgment that may not be justifiable. It is clear their plea for you to protect the innocence of children does not extend to all children. The most frequently targeted books are by and about racial minorities and the LGBTQIA community. It seems presumptuous that an older generation of predominantly white adults feels justified in decrying the contents of a book intended not for them as an audience, but for young minority and biracial, gay, and trans youths. Yet they roundly declare that if they can't find these books resonant, life-affirming, or beneficial, then no one can, even a young, minority, biracial, trans youth. The motivation of our local book challengers may well be nothing so much as an attempt to undermine support for and faith in our schools, our superintendent, Board of Education, teachers, and media specialists. What a sad day it is that so many have come to hate the words inclusion, equity, and diversity. Their antonyms, you know, are exclusion, inequity, and conformity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laura Charley. Is it Laura and it's Charley? There we go.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Charley. I live in Ocean Pines. I'm going to talk about a different topic this afternoon, and I feel a little out of place. because it's a different topic, but it is related to diversity and inclusion. So my son is in the 1st grade at Shell Elementary. He is neurodivergent. If you don't know what neurodiversity is, it's a new term, look it up. I came here in August to talk about Summer Academy and how I was crushed that I heard funding was pulled from it. And I cried, but I don't have time for tears today. So, my son is, well, before I get there, I know there's things with the county commissioners pointing fingers at the school board and the school board pointing fingers. I don't know where, I'm confused. I don't know where to place the blame. And it doesn't matter. All I know is that my kid is stuck in the middle. He is making so much progress this year. He has made so many gains in 9 months, but he doesn't get to go to Summer Academy to continue those. Yes, he does qualify for ESY, but I found out that ESY is just special ed services. There's no routine and structure in classroom. I will have to, every day that he has services, I will have to leave my job, drive to whatever camp he's in, drive him to Chow, wait for an hour to get his services, drive him back to camp, and me go back to work. That's not possible. That makes ESY inaccessible to my family. He's not being included. He lives in a zip code where the other, he lives outside the zip codes where the kids do get to go to Summer Academy. Whew. So here's the other thing. I also found out that Shell has the largest number of special ed students in the entire county. Do you think it's appropriate to take away that needed resource for the largest group of special ed students in the county? And here's the other thing. It's not just those kids that suffer. The teachers suffer because they're playing catch up in the fall. And when they're playing catch up with those kids, other kids are being neglected. So everyone suffers. So my friend's daughter, she learned how to self-advocate in Summer Academy. My friend's son learned potty training. And my son made his first friends in Summer Academy. And if you're going to take that away from them, I don't know what to think of Worcester County schools anymore.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Adamczyk.
I'm Jan Adamczyk from Berlin. I'd like to thank Board President Todd Ferranti for his thoughtful decision to defer the amendment proposed by Board Member Kate Addis. Much of the public has only recently become aware of the proposal, and we want to understand the implications. The proposal would revise the definition of complainant, thereby diluting the authority of Worcester County Public School parents. All residents already have a say. I heard the video of the board meeting. Many people who were not parents of students in our public school gave their opinions and treated the concepts of diversity, equality, and inclusion as if they were dirty words. It's remarkable how you can turn a positive concept into something awful simply by repeatedly saying it with derision and scorn. What authority will the proposed amendment give to the general public? Will it give outsiders with agendas undue influence? Far more is being asked here than the professed claim of protecting children from rude language or sexual topics. If groups such as Moms for Liberty gain the ability to coerce teachers, principals, and the administration to ban books, the next step is to demand changes to curriculum, as well as to police how such topics as race are taught in schools. They have made this happen in other places. Their purposeful creation of fear and hate through use of inflammatory words and imaginary crises is their tactic to secure power in the schools. And attacking trans individuals is such a cheap shot because most people don't understand it. It's an issue that's the business of no one but the parents, students, and their doctors. In conclusion, I ask the board to vote down the proposed amendment. It is unnecessary. It infringes on parental rights. It imposes religious and political views often contrary to science and human kindness. And it limits the school's authority and personal freedoms we believed were safe from intolerant and oppressive views.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Moore. Here she comes.
Hello, my name's Emily Moore. I am the parent of a first grader at Snow Hill Elementary and a fifth grader at Snow Hill Middle School. I came today, I'm switching up my speech a little bit because I just want to say that I feel super proud of what I've heard from Worcester County today, and the fact that one of my kids could grow up in these schools and speak like one of the students that we've heard today is something that really excites me. And so I moved to Worcester County. My husband and I moved here 8 years ago from this region. We could have lived in lots of places. We had one request, which was we had to have our kids in Worcester County schools. And we have the reputation of being the best in the region, and as we also know, we have the reputation of being the best in the state. And that isn't a coincidence, you guys. The reason that happens is because of the people who work in those schools, the professionals, including our media specialists, including our administrators, and including our educational assistants, our bus drivers, everybody. And so the reason I really wanted to speak today is to say that what I would love is if instead of spending time questioning processes that are well established by professionals and that are serving our schools well, we could spend that time and energy figuring out how to fix issues like under-resourced schools and under-supported instructors. I don't care, it's the same as the other parent here, I don't want finger pointing, I don't care who's to blame for it. What I see every day in the schools is the teachers don't say, here's a problem. The teachers say, here's a solution. And that's what I want to hear from you all. So thank you for the moment, for talking. So proud of you guys. Students, oh my gosh, I hope my kids see this today. I wasn't very proud last month. I'm real proud of Worcester County today.
Next speaker is Tom Simon.
Well, hi everybody, Tom Simon, Baker Street in Berlin. This is quite the change from a month ago, huh? If we can get this many people organized this quickly, just imagine what we could do for your campaign, or maybe against your campaign. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. As a parent of a 5-year-old attending Buckingham Elementary School, and with the hope of enrolling my daughter in pre-K 3 next year, I want to draw your attention to a critical matter affecting our youth's mental health and the potential challenges our school system may face. Recent peer-reviewed studies highlight alarming statistics on youth mental health, revealing that suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals aged 10 to 24. LGBTQ youth in particular are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Research also indicates that only 1/3 of LGBTQ youth experience parental acceptance, with another third facing rejection, and the final third not disclosing their identity until adulthood. These findings bring me to the topic of opt-in, opt-out policies regarding challenged library titles. I strongly advocate for an opt-out approach. A school may be the only safe space for marginalized youth. Creating a separate section for controversial titles can stigmatize LGBTQIA+ students, hindering their access to a safe space. Inclusivity should be our goal, and I urge you not to censor books that have undergone thorough vetting by qualified professionals. Moreover, I'd like to express my concerns about recent discussions regarding the school budget. The County Commissioner's decision to label the Worcester County Public Schools surplus as financial mismanagement is troubling. It is vital to recognize that investing in education is an investment in our community's future.
Small class sizes, updated technology, and adequate resources for students, teachers, and support staff are crucial components of a thriving school system. I'm almost done. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, every dollar spent on school funding can increase property values by approximately $20. I implore you to resist political pressure and not compromise the quality of education for our children and the well-being of those working within the Worcester County Public Schools. As we face challenges, let us not succumb to divisive movements that hinder progress. I encourage you to take a stand against regressive measures for the benefits of our students, our educators, and our community as a whole. I'd also like to say real quick, thank you to all the teachers that took personal days to come and stand up for students today.
Thank you. Next speaker is Drew Burke.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Drew Burke from Berlin, Maryland. And listening to the previous board meeting, something that our board member, Katie Addis, had said really hit home for me. She said that we need to prioritize the needs of students over the wants of adults. And with this in mind, as a parent of 3 students in Worcester County Public Schools, I see a clear need for students to have access to books that have been this topic of discussion. As the student board representative shared at the last meeting, these books have helped countless students in this county. And in my opinion, these books, if they can just help one student, then they're a necessity. I want my children to receive an education at a school system that is accepting of all people, not a school system that categorizes, stigmatizes, or places into a restricted area certain groups of people. Removing these books or placing them in a restricted area at the library sets a precedent that the community members who do not have students attending these schools can determine the course of our children's educations. The people that should have a say in our children's educations are the parents and the professionals we have entrusted for our children's education. By restricting these books, we are not solving a problem. Instead, we are creating one. The bullying and harassment of students who identify with people in these books will increase tenfold because we are deeming them outcasts, just like these books. The Board of Ed has been scrutinized for proper use of funds recently, and voting to allow community members to challenge books would open the door for an excessively large and unnecessary use of funds, time, and resources. Instead, we should continue focusing properly paying our staff and continuing to be one of the highest achieving counties in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Hamberry. She left? Well, I'll call her if she comes back in. Paul Fideli?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Fideli. I'm from Ocean Pines. First off, I want to commend the young people here that are here to stand up for themselves and their peers. I'm here today, another frustrated, privileged white man who took a vacation day, to urge the board to vote against this motion to allow any taxpayer in the county to challenge library books, and in support specifically of All Boys Aren't Blue as a valuable resource that deserves to be in our school libraries. It's absurd that we are here discussing censorship in 2023. I've lived through the satanic panic without eating any babies. Rock and roll did not turn me into a degenerate, but I do appreciate the PMRC putting those labels on records so I could find the fun ones. And as for the war on drugs, well, you lost that too. I don't know who is here under the misconception that this is some sort of grassroots movement of community involvement to save the children. This is not. This is a cynical, sophisticated political movement pushed by the Moms for Liberty group to control and further demonize already marginal groups in our community by silencing their voices. So I will speak for them today and in the future until the real cretins in this tug of war go back to their extreme echo chambers and stop pushing their outdated ideals on the rest of a progressing society. Although I'm sure it'll be pointed out that this isn't directly Moms for Liberty, make no mistake, our secret little group that hides in the OP library take their cues from that group. They may wish to distance themselves now that the co-founder, one of the lead architects of the Florida Don't Say Gay law, was found to enjoy having another woman in her bed with her husband. We know this, as after she backed out of their latest tryst, her husband, the head of the Florida GOP, went to the other woman's apartment and has been accused of sexually assaulting her. These are the hypocrites that lead these movements, a self-loathing, closeted bisexual, married to, take your pick, a rapist or an adulterer. I'm going to get cut off here, but
That's all right, Mr. Fidelli. You can finish it up for us. Go ahead.
I want to say clearly to the majority of people in this room, this book is not for you. This is not for my white hetero male son, despite being an avid reader. It is not for 95% of us, myself included. This is a message to abused kids to see that they were victims and are not guilty or shameful. That the man who was screwing my sister-in-law while diddling her teenage son was the abuser, the one who was wrong. They do not have to feel ashamed for being taken advantage of, and in the case of the author himself, learn to forgive. Our family went through a lot of angst with our nephew's behavior during his teens, and it wasn't until he was a young man out on his own that we learned of the abuse by a man who many would deem heterosexual. We just call him pedophile.
Okay.
This book is for queer kids to see that they aren't the only ones that don't fit normal, that they can grow up and be themselves and be loved.
Mr. Fidelli, I'm going to have to ask you to close it up, sir. Thank you.
That's enough. Thank you.
So- Next speaker, Scott Wilkins.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First off, I want to say I'm not here to wave a broad brush across any group. I have friends of all races, LGBTQ, everyone. I'm not waving a broad brush across anyone because a lot of these people that are my friends are wonderful and great people. But I don't necessarily share my bedroom realities and fantasies with them, nor do they share theirs with me. And that's what I'm here to talk about in certain books. I'm not saying wave a broad brush across all books. I'm just saying certain books that have obscenities in the books, okay? The Supreme Court has already laid down the law on this. It's called the Miller test. And if you really want to dive in and do what's right and protect the children, according to what the Supreme Court has said, those under the age of 16 should be protected. And if it's given to them, then it's breaking the law. So with that Miller test, you can determine which books are appropriate and the ones that are not. And I did like the one gentleman, Dr. Andy's suggestion last meeting about possibly having a restricted area where those over a certain age, they can have them.
Audience,
And
please be quiet or I have to ask you to
listen,
leave.
every parent
Let this man
here,
speak.
if you want your kids to have every obscenity under the sun, it's a free, you have money to go out and buy it. It's on Amazon. Go buy it. Go get a subscription to any magazine you want. But the bottom line is, it's about what's right and what's obscene. That's all I'm saying. Some of these books might be appropriate, and that's fine. But, and they need to be age appropriate. So, are we going to let our kids at 14 start drinking alcohol? I mean, there are protections for reasons. So, that's what I'm here to talk about. And after all, we did take a pledge earlier. It said one nation under God. Let's all remember that. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Tom Davidson. Tom Davidson is not here? Okay, next speaker, Pat Barbley.
Hi, my name is Pat Barbley from Newark. Once again, I'm asking the board and the Superintendent Taylor to remove the sexually explicit books from Worcester County Public School libraries. You defend these books by saying a student in a similar situation as portrayed in many of the books will identify with the character. This is a misery loves company kind of concept or view. This does not justify making the books available. This can lead the student to believe the situations they are in is okay if they're being abused. Having these books available does not offer a way out or offer resources to the student. What if it leads the student to think that being sodomized, for instance, is normal because it has happened to characters in the books that they've read in the school libraries? Children mature at different levels. This subject should be left to parents or guardians' discretion, who best know if and when to introduce this information to their children. There is no place for these sexually graphic books in our school libraries, and if the superintendent and board choose to retain these books, it should be in a restricted area, as Dr. Andes has suggested at last month's November meeting, and only with the parental opt-in option as proposed by board member Elena McComas, also at the November meeting. As I researched the surge in sexually explicit books introduced into our schools recently, I came across a website called bookriot.com, Literacy Activism, which actually offers direction to school board administrators on how to thwart or obstruct parents and concerned citizens' efforts to request a book review or materials offered in school libraries. This was discouraging to find that instead of encouraging parental and local community involvement and participation in our schools and the materials available, that this site offers suggestions to shut out parents and concerned citizens who are being forced to finance purchase of these sexually explicit books, which they object to. Since we fund 80% of the Worcester County Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kate McCloskey.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Kate McCloskey from Ocean Pines, Maryland. Merry Christmas. I do feel a lot of people's hurt in the room, and that breaks my heart too. I mean, I think we want our schools to be the best. We trust parents to make those decisions for their kids. I just wanted to bring up a national survey that I came across by the Rasmussen Reports and the Capital Resource Institute last year that says that 7 out of 10 of these, this is nationwide, by the way, across all, this isn't political, this isn't race, it's across everybody. 7 out of 10 believe books containing explicit sexual depictions of sex acts should not be present in school media centers, and that raises from 7 out of 10 to 8 out of 10 for middle school. So we're just looking at the majority here across our nation. And when you look at, it says here, 77% are concerned that school-age children are being exposed to sexual material that's not age-appropriate. I am not for book banning. Book banning is not the issue. It is not the issue. Because if you can get this at the public library, and you can go to Barnes & Noble, and you can go to Amazon, you can have it delivered to your house, that's not banned. You've got access to it. And I think every parent needs to make those decisions for their children. But when that exposure is all day long at a public school library for minors, and it's age appropriate,
please be respectful.
Age appropriate is really the topic here, that I do believe it should require parental consent. And I'm so thankful that, I mean, opt-in gives parents even more control than opt-out. So I am all about giving parents control. I love that the opt-in and having a section of mature content. It's mature content, and we're not talking. This is sex among anybody, heterosexual. It doesn't matter. It's very mature content that every parent should decide. And I know they're hard decisions. I thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jen Gleason.
Hello, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
A lie our culture believes is because I disagree with you, therefore I hate you. The logical fallacy of dicto simpliciter, also known as hasty generalization, converse accident, or jumping to conclusions. Last Tuesday, hold on one second, Wi-Fi. Last Tuesday, as a county commissioner was telling a student that she loved him after the Board of Ed meeting, A teacher was simultaneously in the ear of the same student. That's not true. There was a lot of hate speech in there. It was as if we were watching a live rendition of Worn Tongue from J.R.R. Tolkien's book, The Lord of the Rings. Those who call Jesus Lord in this room, and to all who have ears, let them hear. This is another firm reminder. Darkness is not playing around with our children. They want to devour them like a lion. We are in a spiritual battle. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Our hearts and minds start out corrupted and bound up with evil, since Eve bit into that fruit. Therefore, we need to renew our minds. The amazing science of neuroplasticity that the Creator gave us is what allows us to renew our minds. What a person is told is who they become. Are educators renewing the minds of the students, or are they encouraging victimhood with books that are perverse? What do you want the outcome of Worcester County to look like? Honorable, just, pure, lovely, commendable, excellent? If so, be the catalyst to renew their minds and be the gold standard of Maryland by allowing Philippians 4:8 to be the standard of your curriculum policy. 33% of the language in our founding documents can be traced directly back to biblical principle.
Okay.
This last sentence.
Okay.
Be the legends in Worcester County that our founding fathers were for our country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Todd Ferrante, I'm looking forward to the email response. Katie Addis, I'm so proud of you.
Ms. Gleason, you forgot to mention that you're from Somerset County when you got up here. Audience, let's keep audience. Okay, the next speaker is Jean, and I think it's Jean, it says Newark, so I'm not sure. I can't read your writing, so I apologize. Joan, sorry about that.
So my name is Joan Scott, and I'm a Newark resident. I am a former public health nurse from Worcester and Wycomico. And I've also been the funder and, I obtained a grant for a school-based wellness center in Wycomico in a middle school. The issues that you're discussing are the issues of sexuality, violence, rape, suicide are being discussed among the kids in middle school. They are not innocent children that are coming in here with no discussion among themselves, usually frightened to discuss anything like that with their parents. And they do bring it into the school. And they do bring it into the school counselors. One of the visits, among the visits that we had at the school-based wellness center, it was mostly for mental health and counseling, because the kids needed to speak about what they were going through. Middle school is very, very difficult. I have a grandchild who is in the Berlin system for middle school, and her mother is a nurse, as I am, and her father is a probation officer. They are quite, they discuss a lot of things because of their backgrounds, and she is aware of many things. I also am very active with the Jesse Clump suicide prevention program, having had a suicide in my own family. We were told not to discuss suicide for years with children or anyone else because they might commit suicide, just because we talk about prevention. We've learned that doesn't work. And we've also learned that discussing drugs doesn't work. For prevention of drugs, if you discuss it, doesn't cause children to take drugs or alcohol. we're doing the best we can, but the number of deaths from drugs and from drugs has lowered our years of life lived from 85 to 78. So we're not doing so well there. These issues must be discussed. Children do read. They don't commit crimes from reading books about crime. Neither do they have sex from reading a book about sexuality. I thank you for
Thank you
letting me
so
listen.
much. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Okay, audience, well, we're going to remain open. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess. Some of our board members need to use the facilities, and we will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
It is heterosexual, as pointed out as well, material. If you were to make a movie out of what is written in that book, it would be rated X. But yet, because it's between the covers of a book, we can place it in the hands of minors. Now, I looked up these books on Amazon and a half a dozen other book retailers online. Every one of them is labeled 16 plus. So I believe that having a separate section with an opt-in, as Ms. McComas had suggested, is the appropriate thing to do, because it is labeled that way even by the retailers. Now, what concerns me in talking about the professionals, the librarians, when you look at the ALA performance worksheet that they follow, Section 2.3 references CAEP Principle D, and it says that you will take into consideration materials, you will take into consideration the learner, meaning the student, the faculty, the family, and the community. So when you tell us that we as taxpayers should not have a voice, is the highest form of censorship. That is taxation without representation. So I ask for you to consider allowing taxpayers the right to come in here and question what is happening, because that is what keeps any branch of government honest. One example, county roads. They do not pave the roads only in front of the family members' houses that work for county roads. They represent everybody in the county, and at any time I can go to county roads and make a request. I ask that this board has the same transparency as the rest of our government. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cass Dasher.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? There it is.
Yes.
My name is Cass Dasher. I live in Salisbury, Maryland, but I have worked for the Worcester County Public Library for over 9 years. I'm very interested in the interest in the well-being of this community. I have many friends who have students in Worcester County schools, so that's my stake in this. I'm also on the board of directors for Salisbury PFLAG, which is a LGBT nonprofit that serves LGBT people and their families, that is active in the Worcester and Wycomico County areas. And I would just like to point out a couple of facts about censorship to the board for your consideration. The first is I would ask you to keep in mind that we've heard a lot about parents' rights to decide what their children read or what their children have access to, but I want you to keep in mind that students also have rights. And one of those is the First Amendment right to have access to information. Our Supreme Court in this country defines that under the First Amendment, the right freedom of speech also includes the right to access information. And so censoring materials, censoring information, restricting access to information is in fact a violation of the students' First Amendment rights. And also the American Library Association, which the last speaker brought up, does define censorship as including placing materials in a restricted section or requiring permission to access those materials is defined as a form of censorship by the American Library Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tasha Hoffler. Okay. Next speaker is Ellie Zollinger.
Hello, my name is Ellie Zollinger. I have lived in Berlin for my entire life and have been in the Worcester County school system for as long as I have been in school. I currently attend Stephen Decatur High School as a sophomore, where I am a straight A student, a member of Decatur's Principal Advisory Committee, and a member of the Worcester County Youth Council. I am also queer and a member of my school's GSA. As a student and as a citizen, what I saw at the last Board of Education meeting disgusted me. I saw grown adults relentlessly attack our school libraries, the books in those libraries, and by extension, the students those books represent. The topics in these books, such as All Boys Aren't Blue, were presented as morally reprehensible for positively representing a marginalized community by people who haven't even read the books in question. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community who loves to read, books did not corrupt me. Books did not make me gay. Books are not trying to push an agenda. Books are not the issue here. The issue here is with the people who do not want these books to exist. The issue here is with the people who don't want queer students to exist. Students are not being made unsafe by books. Students are being made unsafe by bigots who can't accept the idea that anyone could possibly be different than them and who harass queer students for exactly that. As a queer student, I implore the Board of Education to think of us. Think of the queer students who will be alienated by the decision to take away our literature. I will repeat that books are not the issue. Books are knowledge. Knowledge is power. Do not take away our power. Do not take away our books. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Abigail Kulsta.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Abigail Cuesta. I reside in Fruitland, Maryland, currently attending Fordham University in New York City. I know your goal as educators is to have an unwavering commitment to educate and lift up the next generation, regardless of their identity or their background. Students who feel safe and supported at school have better educational outcomes. LGBTQ+ students who have LGBTQ+ related school resources report better school experiences and academic success. Unfortunately, Worcester County seems to be failing to provide these critical resources. According to the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network 2021 National School Climate Survey, 81.8% of LGBTQ+ students reported feeling unsafe in school. They most commonly avoided school bathrooms, locker rooms, and PE classes, with 4 in 10 students avoiding each of these spaces because they felt unsafe or uncomfortable. In that same survey, LGBTQ students were nearly 3 times as likely to have missed school in the past month and had lower GPAs than their peers who had experienced no anti-LGBTQ+ discrimination. When you don't see yourself being represented, you feel isolated and alone. When you are not receiving support, you feel isolated and alone. We have people in this room who make children feel isolated and alone. All we ask is for the support and representation of all of our students in the classroom, in the halls, and in the libraries. I also want to praise Tristan Melvin for her bravery and passion at last month's meeting and today. This is not only a respectful, intelligent, hardworking student, but a child under your guidance and protection. I am proud to know her, and this is a student I would be proud to have if I were on this Board of Education. Doesn't this student deserve to feel safe and supported? Doesn't this child deserve to be protected from the hateful words and actions of adults? I'm just about done.
Okay.
The process to change these terrifying statistics begins with this board. We should all be educating ourselves because just like the students that go through these schools, our world is growing and evolving whether we like it or not. If we don't accept this fact, if this board cannot accept this fact, it is the students who will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zach Newton. Next speaker is Zach Newton. Okay, sorry. Next speaker, Emily Volk.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Emily Volk, Berlin, Maryland. I first want to thank you all for your continued hard work in making sure our children are loved, safe, and getting the best education in the state of Maryland. I'm a proud member of this close-knit community, a Stephen Decatur graduate, and a mother of 3 children attending Buckingham Elementary School. Books are a critical part of a child's growth, development, and overall educational experiencing. Deciding what content is or is not allowed on those pages should be handled with care and transparency. Our learning environments, our children's safe havens are under attack. These are critical decisions for our children and should not be in the hands of just anyone. I don't even believe this is really about books, but rather the fabric of our educational systems attempting to be torn down. Piece by piece, they want to dismantle our schools. Everyone is entitled to choose the best education for their own children, but I feel very uncomfortable that a member of our Board of Education doesn't even send their own children to our schools that she was elected to represent. This member is making decisions for my children when she doesn't support our public schools. When will they be good enough for her children? How can she make objective and thoughtful decisions when your own children aren't even a part of the conversation? It's happening all over the country, and I refuse to allow it to happen in my community, a community that is known for our wonderful public schools. After the overwhelming hate at the last board meeting, several of us felt called to create a group that represents and supports public schools. The positive response to our group, Worcester United, was just the breath of fresh air that we all really needed. We have been the quiet majority for too long, and this is just the beginning in making sure our public schools remain a safe space for every child. As a parent, I have a voice, and as our public school representatives, I hope you'll put our children first. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Edward Lee. Eddie, I got you. You signed up twice. You didn't want me to forget you, did you? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee? Okay. Well, what I'd like you to do, if you would, for me, Mr. Lee, is go ahead and give your 2-minute speech. If you want us to leave us with material, we'll certainly look at it, and we will be able to get back to you on it, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Edward Lee.
Pull that towards you so we can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Edward Lee, Snow Hill, Maryland. We are inviting all members of the Worcester County Board of Elections and student representatives to attend the next Worcester County Restorative Practice Super Circle meeting that will take place 7 p.m. January the 8th, 2024, Mount Zion Baptist Church, 410 Dighton Avenue. The Blueprint for Excellence is a respected law that ensures every child in Maryland's public schools an opportunity for equal education. However, there is a glaring omission in the document's implementation strategy. It fails explicitly to address the issues of culture. This oversight must be corrected. The reasons are clear: teacher dissatisfaction, school suspensions, chronic absenteeism, mental health challenges, and student trauma, and the school-to-prison pipeline. You are fully aware of these deterrents to teaching and education. The question is, what can be done? The answer is to incorporate restorative practices in Maryland public schools. Restorative practices offers proven and documented success models that result in community building, valuing others, recognizing the voices of others, respect for self, others, and anger management on an institutional level. That is the reason it is important that the state legislature make policy and funding changes that enables all Maryland schools to become restorative schools. And it can reasonably be expected that these positive values will flow from school to home and into our communities as they become the norm. Restorative practices are a nonpartisan issue that must be legislated in Annapolis in the same manner that the blueprint became law. Indeed, without changing school climate, the impact of the blueprint will be nearly impactful. The voters said that preparing children for their futures was more important than party labels. Here in Worcester County, time and time again, the community has demonstrated that children are first. It is for that reason that we call upon each elected board member to join us on January the 24th at Mount Zion Baptist Church to show support for the upcoming legislation that will result in the state-supported staff funding and training that will enable all our schools to be restorative schools. This is a statewide issue. Time is of the essence. In closing, and respectfully speaking directly to the student representatives, you have a role to play in this process of this important undertaking. We hope that you will join us on January the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Next speaker is Terry Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Terry Smith, a resident of Berlin, Maryland. I am grateful. I'm a grateful and proud retiree of Worcester County Public Schools, where I was a substitute first grade teacher for 12 years and assistant principal for 12 years. Presently, I am a liaison for BES, BIS, Stephen Decatur Middle School, and Stephen Decatur High School. My sons attended Buckingham Elementary, Berlin Middle prior to it becoming BIS, and graduated from Stephen Decatur High School. My sons were fortunate to receive their education in Worcester County schools. I can make that statement because they had dedicated teachers, administrators, and support staff who cared. Was the board system perfect then? No. But there is no way I would have wanted them to attend anywhere else. Is our school system flawless today? No. But despite imperfections, I am a witness to the continued dedication and efforts of the leadership, faculty, and staff of Worcester County Public Schools. It's obvious others realize our school system strives to provide opportunities for growth and learning for all students in and out of the school environment. I wonder how many people here today came to Worcester County from other areas so their children could attend our schools. I wonder how many members of our faculty and staff chose Worcester County Public Schools over other systems that offered them positions. I also wonder, why do businesses and organizations continue to support us? Worcester County Public Schools is recognized as being one of the best school systems in the state of Maryland, outperforming the state and being number 1 and 2 in many areas. Well, if we want to continue being at the top, recruiting and hiring the best, then funding our schools should be a priority. Let's show our students we care by paying those who are committed to helping them succeed a salary that is that can be compared to other neighboring counties. Our teachers and support staff deserve compensation for their hard work. We can't risk losing the wonderful teachers we have. If we do, we risk losing some students along the way. Our students and communities depend on us. Let's work together. I'll say it again. Let's work together. Put students first, and our imperfect school system will surely be able to continue working toward being an exceptional school system for our exceptional students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Heather Richardson. Next speaker is Becky Vale.
My name is Becky Vale. I live in Ocean Pines. I am a local to the area, and I have a stepdaughter who is an honor student and student athlete at Stephen Decatur High School. When you think of Worcester County, you have always thought of excellence. The best around, the best on the shore, one of the best in the state. Today, this school system, built on excellence, has their very own students coming before you, begging to be treated equally. How does that resonate? How is that excellence? It's not. It's taking us backwards. I understand what you're saying about the book ban. You may have gay friends, but when you send the message that this particular book needs to be in an area designated for a particular group of kids, you're targeting them. You're making them targets. They want to fit in society like the rest of us do. I'm a gay woman. I'm happily married. You've already heard from my wife. Okay? We're normal in our society. We don't need to be singled out as something different. I don't need a separate section at Barnes & Noble, which, by the way, they don't do. To our LGBTQ kids who have come before you today and that are in our schools that couldn't be here, I want them to know that they are perfect. They are loved. They are smart. They don't need to be fixed. They're not broken. This is an adult issue. This is a discrimination issue. This is an issue that came from outside our county and was brought to us. This is not what we stand for. These are our children. So, Dr. Andes, I would beg of you not to make a designated section. It will target these kids because the kids will say, oh, did you see where they were? And we have kids who are allies that read these books that may not be LGBTQ, but it produces empathy and understanding among their peers. And they may be the peer that they call in the middle of the night when they're contemplating suicide. So thank you. Just keep our students first.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kay Davis. Kay Davis? Okay. Next speaker is Kate Holm.
My name is Kate Hume. I live in Bishopville, Maryland. I have two children in Worcester County Public Schools, one in the middle school and one in Shell Elementary. I recently sent a letter to all of the board members that fully expressed my feelings and opinions on the issues we are facing, specifically talking to creating a mature section or a permission-based access to certain books, as well as the motion to change the best practices and current library policy that allows all Worcester County residents to have a say. I would like the current policies to stay as they are. I am not going to reiterate that letter here. I'm going to actually address a few things that the other speakers have talked about. A previous speaker said she believed that the books, specifically, I believe she was referencing All Boys Aren't Blue. That seems to be a hot topic one. That it was normalizing an abusive situation and that it was a misery loves company mentality. I would question whether she has actually read that book in entirety. I have. While I personally do not identify with it, I can see how a child can find that as a resource to cope in an unbelievable situation. Mr. Addis previously also spoke, saying that these books have mature content and that they have a 16+ rating. He spoke again about All Boys Aren't Blue. All Boys Aren't Blue is only in the high school. How old are our high schoolers? They are 15, some of them going in, but most of them 16+. Our librarians have spent their lives educating themselves on what is age appropriate to represent our current student bodies. I ask you to please keep the policy as it stands. Keep the opt-out as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Treston Melvin.
Hi, I, Treston Melvin, reside in Pocomoke City, Maryland. To begin, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for the unwavering dedication exhibited by the board in fostering an educational environment in Worcester County schools. While hate may creep in this county, it's imperative to acknowledge the brighter facets prevailing in our community. I express profound gratitude for the board's commitment in opposing censorship and discrimination against students. Bringing statistics and factual evidence to these meetings is often unheard of to push an agenda. However, evidence attests that censoring literature detrimentally impacts a student's development. Yet, according to The Hill last year across America, there were 3,362 reported attempts to ban books in K-12 schools. This is 33% more than the previous year. As a result of the attempts, 1,557 individual titles were removed from school libraries across the nation. I would like to highlight that banning and censoring books in school libraries can also strain taxpayers by triggering costly legal battles to defend censorship decisions, which diverts funds from educational programs. Student safety is ensured in school libraries, but is it ensured at these meetings? The comments relating to and in agreement of treating LGBTQ students with hate and even going as far as wishing for children's identity to be as scorned as slavery once was in the 18th century is what makes your students feel unsafe. Perhaps we should discuss more than bullying from adults to students in these meetings. I hope that those who made those terrible comments last month feel embarrassed. I hope you have heard enough to end this witch hunt, and I hope we all in this room can come together to protect each other, regardless of personal opinion. Also, to the person that spoke on the Supreme Court pushing this agenda as well, the Supreme Court is full of old privileged people. I wouldn't really idolize them. To conclude, there's been a comment from the public of me being removed as a student representative on the board, and I want to state that I am here to stay. To those members of the board and of the community who have voiced their support for me, I extend my gratitude. Even to those who differ in opinion, I recognize that love prevails. Worcester County students, resilient and united, affirm that the fight for our humanity will persist. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Chanel Richardson. Chanel Richardson. Next, Lorraine Barrett. She left? Okay. Next speaker, Christina Hoslander.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Christina Hoslander. I reside on St. Luke's Road. My children go to Snow Hill schools. I respectfully ask all of us to take a moment to acknowledge Allison Milburn, a Pocomoke graduate who died this week on my road in a car accident. Our kids and our families are dealing with big stuff all the time on a daily basis. When we deal with big stuff, we need resources to help us, and knowledge and information can be extremely valuable. The last meeting in November, there were 2 residents that spoke up and complained about this book, The V Word, saying that it shouldn't be available in Snow Hill Middle School. It's not available in Snow Hill Middle School. We need to trust the policies, the professionals, the experienced staff that you have, the existing policies that work for our schools. This book, The V Word, happens to be about virginity, a subject and a threshold of the human experience that the majority of the people in this room have crossed. If you live long enough, most humans cross that threshold. And this resource recounts the experiences of people ages 13 to age 23, writers who share their experience so you can learn about that journey. You can't say you know how to drive a car by naming the parts of the car. Same is true in the sexuality of being a human. You need to understand a very complex subject, and resources help with that. Fortunately, this book is one that is available to our high school students who choose to go to the library, find it, and read it. Those are some pretty significant steps. When about 10 seconds, they can pull up any pornographic site they want on their phones. Thank you for having resources like this available to our students. Not only does this book speak about virginity, it speaks about having your voice, and that's an important part of being a good human. Please keep your book review policy in place. I trust your professionals. They're doing their job very well, and I thank you all for supporting them on a regular basis.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Culbertson. Any other speakers? Sorry I missed you, but I'm glad I asked if there are any other speakers.
Thanks for having us today. Appreciate it. Tony Weig. I live in Worcester County on Bay Street in Berlin. And I have children in this school. Buckingham, that is. I am writing to express my unwavering support for intellectual freedom, the right to access diverse educational materials, and a staunch opposition to any efforts that limit the exploration of ideas. As a concerned community member and a parent of children in the WCPS system, I believe our educational institutions must foster an environment that encourages critical thinking, open discourse, and the free exchange of ideas. Recent developments have brought to light concerns about initiatives such as Moms for Liberty, Patriot Education, and instances of book removal from our libraries, all of which threaten the principles upon which our educational system stands. We must safeguard the fundamental rights of students to explore a wide range of perspectives, even those that may be deemed controversial or challenging. We must equip our students with the skills necessary to navigate a complex and diverse world. By embracing a curriculum that reflects a variety of viewpoints, we empower students to think critically, form their own opinions, and engage in meaningful discussions that contribute to their intellectual growth. I urge the Board of Education to stand firm on its commitment to intellectual freedom, ensuring our schools remain bastions of knowledge and enlightenment. Let us collectively reject all attempts to stifle this freedom, understanding that a well-rounded education is firmly built on exposure to a broad spectrum of ideas. We must actively champion the values of tolerance, diversity, and intellectual curiosity. By doing so, we not only enrich the educational experience for our students, but also uphold the principles that form the bedrock of a democratic and enlightened society. Lastly, having influence on the school board or being a part of it without having children in the school system raises concerns about potential ulterior motives and should prompt a critical examination of the true intentions. It is imperative to question what drives their interest in shaping educational policies and decisions, as the absence of a personal connection to the schools may lead one to wonder whether their motives align with the genuine welfare and development of the students, or if there exists an alternative agenda that warrants scrutiny. We are Worcester United, and we stand behind Treston. Thank you.
All right. Any other speakers? Thank you very much. We're moving on to curriculum instruction, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace.
Good afternoon again. Sorry, I was taking notes. Let me find my page. All right. To the person in the room who loves public speaking the most is going to come up. Mr. Leland Green had left, but as I looked up, I just realized he's back. So hopefully he's back and better than ever, and I will turn it over to him, who has a presentation by one of our outstanding school counselors, and it's an opportunity to give her a shout out and our school counselors for all the work that they do to support all of our students, as well as all of our other school counselors and the work that they do. So I will turn it over to Mr. Green, who will introduce her and begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So hopefully this is the lighter part of the board meeting. We get to talk a little bit about our initiative at Snow Hill High School. So this summer, Mrs. Zollinger came to me with an initiative called Home to the Hill speaker series. And I don't want to get into too much detail because I don't want to steal her thunder, but okay. So we'll bring it up here shortly. It's a really nice presentation. I cannot, not very well. You don't want to see that. So the Home to the Hill speaker series is a once a month speaker series that we do at Snow Hill High School, where we've invited Snow Hill alumnus to come back and kind of share their accomplishments, also share their story of what school was like when they went through the halls of Snow Hill High School. So again, I don't want to steal all of her thunder because I kind of know some of what's in the presentation, but it was pretty easy to, you know, as a new principal coming in, when folks are throwing ideas at you left and right, you know, when your school counselor comes to you and says, hey, I've got something that's pretty neat that'll be a great benefit to the kids. And then, you know, once I hear it and it also aligns with the school's mission and vision, I'm like, heck yeah, let's do it. So, all right.
Hey, Leland, I'll make a comment real quick so to give her a few minutes. As Leland just introduced to you, a new principal. Leland's been there since September, and this guy is doing a fantastic job at Snow Hill High School. He has spent time as a counselor at Worcester Tech and then went to Stephen Decatur High School for a few years to be an assistant principal. And I tapped him this year, and with everything going on, and I feel bad sometimes I'm not giving him the support he needs, but he has taken off and just ran with that school. And Leland, publicly, I want to say thank you for what you're doing at Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah. All right, I think we're ready to go, so here we go.
Leland, did you plan that so I could say that? Keep her going. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rose Zollinger. I'm one of the school counselors at Snow Hill High School. And if you don't know what the role of a school counselor is, we work under 3 domains. The first is academic. So we support students with their academic needs. We make sure they're staying on track for their graduation requirements. We talk to them about classes. The second is social and emotional. So we offer 100% of mental health support. We offer our mental health support to 100% of students in the building at the Tier 1 level. And then the third is college and career readiness. So with college and career exploration, it can be very nuanced. It can be anything from working with students in school links, to taking students to colleges on visits, to bringing people into our building to expose students to a lot of different career opportunities. So I had this little idea. I was inspired for Home to the Hill. It's called Home to the Hill, Honored Alumni Speaker Series, and I was inspired because of 2 things. The first was the idea that I was inspired by Carlton Cartwright, who is a former school counselor who is now at Pocomoke High School working in community schools. He had a career cafe program that he started at Snow Hill Middle School, and he continued at Pocomoke High School. He brought in community members to speak about their experiences. And there was a time when he called it like a boomerang event, bringing former students back to talk about their experiences. So I really loved that idea, and I thought, like, how can we take that to Snow Hill and make that our own? Additionally, years ago, Snow Hill High School created a Athletic Hall of Fame. And when they were in the early planning stages of the Athletic Hall of Fame, I kept kind of saying, I feel like there's a missed opportunity here. I feel like we don't have to make it about athletics. We can honor all kinds of alumni for all different reasons. And so ultimately the seeds started, or the wheels started turning, and those 2 ideas melded, and that's where we came up with Home to the Hill. So to give you an idea of Home to the Hill, I wanted you to experience a little bit of it during the presentation today. So I will have little snippets of each presentation of each of our 3 Home to the Hill events that we've had so far. But first, I kind of want to give you an overview of what the program is like. So what we do is, beginning in August, we pushed out on social media an opportunity for our alumni to be recognized, to come back and give to their community, to speak about their experiences and their successes and their different career pathways. And, you know, we were really looking for a diverse group of presenters to come back and speak. We don't want a cookie cutter type of presenter every single month. We want a really broad range of experiences and career endeavors, different career clusters to be represented. So when we put out the social media push, we had probably 36 responses very quickly. We were surprised. We were only looking for 8 speakers because we're going to have a speaker every month. And so we formed a committee, and that committee really looked at all the different speakers. We looked at different things like what career field they were coming from. We looked at how they were represented in our community. We looked at when they were available, because not all speakers were available every month. And we identified our 8 speakers. So each month what happens is our speakers come. They're welcomed by what we call our student ambassadors. They are then toured from the school. They also bring up to like 9 guests with them because we want them to feel, appreciated by our school community. So our student ambassadors come, they welcome our speakers, they tour them, and then they bring them back to our auditorium where our theater production class actually sets them up on stage. The speakers will get mic'd up. As you can see, Mr. Zimmer there, he's got the screen behind him, and our student ambassadors join him on stage for a sit-down style interview where they moderate questions that are provided to the speaker ahead of time. This is just a smattering of our first 3 speakers, their experiences. So each speaker provides us with a number of pictures of themselves while they were in high school all the way up till today, that we kind of run in a slideshow behind them while they're speaking. And I want to play you a little snippet of our first introduction of our very first speaker.
Today we're kicking off something truly special. Our mission with this once per month speaker series is to connect you, our talented students, with alumni who have blazed trails of success in diverse fields spanning business ownership, executive leadership, medicine, education, military service, music, and philanthropy. These individuals who once stood where you stand today, and their stories are beacons of hope and proof that the horizons of your own potential are truly boundless.
So yeah, we want to inspire our students. We want them to connect to the speaker, and we want them to see where these speakers that once lived on the streets that they lived in or walked the halls that they walk every day have been able to find success in their different pathways. The first speaker I want to highlight is Mr. James Freeney. He was our November speaker, and while Mr. Freeney has achieved a lot of success in his endeavors through mental health and fundraising activities in the community, it was interesting, one of the things that he spoke about that all of our students can relate to.
As far as your time at Snow Hill High School, what do you remember about your teachers and other adults in the high school?
So one thing, and just generally speaking about Snow Hill is a high school, is that you had an environment that was conducive to learning, and it was just well structured. So one thing that I would say very specifically about myself is that I had an expectation, not even a discussed one, but a general expectation that I was going to make the honor roll and my mom was going to be at the We Excel banquet every year, which meant that you had to make the honor roll 4 times. So there was a general expectation. So the teachers would set up an environment that made that achievable for me.
So if you can picture, Mr. Freeney is speaking to selected students. Students can sign up ahead of time to attend this event, and teachers are also welcome to bring their classes. We certainly want to respect teachers who need to get through their curriculum, so not all teachers have to attend the event, but what we're finding more and more is that the majority of our teachers want to bring their classes, and the majority of our students want to hear the messages from our honored alumni. Another big part, like I spoke earlier about, was the idea of recognition. So connecting our students to our honored alumni is important, but also recognizing our honored alumni comes into play, and we make sure that they are, like I said, we roll out the red carpet for them, we take them on a tour, We present them with awards. We're going to be having a permanent installation put in our main hallway for Home to the Hill. And then when they're done speaking, we actually have a little luncheon for them and their guests. Earlier this month, we were able to hear from Dr. Christopher Bishop. He's a forensic psychologist who actually had a house fire in his home on Dighton Avenue when he was in 10th grade that took him away from Snow Hill, but he was super eager to come back to Snow Hill and talk about how important his experiences were. And he really impressed our students with the job that he currently has and the entrepreneurial spirit that he possesses.
So what are your hours like at your job? Like, do you get summers off?
I make my hours. That's one good thing about being an entrepreneur. I am a university professor, so I teach one class a day, Monday through Thursday. And I own my company, so I have employees, I have contractors. I travel a lot. I probably leave the country 4 to 5 times a year. And I leave about 3 weeks when I do travel. So I think, how many countries have we been to? Yeah. So I've probably been in 31 countries. I probably went to 6 this year, at least. I'm on sabbatical right now, so I don't have to go back to work till August 2024. So I've been done since May, working on research. So my schedule is very flexible. I can work anywhere in the world to kind of handle everything.
At the end of the Q&A session, Dr. Bishop, we opened it up to students to ask questions as well. And Dr. Bishop was extremely gracious in answering every student question, including how much money he makes every year. And I think it was super helpful for students. They asked, actually the very first student asked a question, where are you in that picture? And that's how he started talking about all of his travels. He's in Dubai in that picture. The community aspect of Home to the Hill is really important to us because if you know anything about Snow Hill, you know it's a very prideful community. There's a huge sense of pride in Snow Hill, and Snow Hill High School is at the center of that source of pride for all of our community members. All you have to do is go to games on Friday nights, our basketball games, all of our different events are certainly a source of pride for our community, our band, our majorettes. Like, we were the only school in the state to have year-long classes because we wanted to support all of our JRTC band programs and other year-long classes that we felt were valuable. So the source of pride in Snow Hill is evidenced by the amount of speakers that are coming back to speak. And I think that Mr. Zimmer, our inaugural speaker, said it best about when you look back at your time, what does that feel like?
This place, you don't think it now. This place is a pretty special place. And if you don't think it now, you will think it when you're 40, 50, 60 years ago. When they dedicated this field out here, I saw guys that I played football with 40 years ago. And you know what? We all turned 17 years old real quick. We could remember things that happened in 1977 when I couldn't even tell you what I had for dinner last night. So be thankful you're here.
One of the last highlights I just wanted to note was something we didn't realize was going to happen when we initially created this activity, and that was how multidisciplinary it has become. Our theater production class produces this program every month, so they set up the stage, they work on the lighting and the sound. They're the ones that record each interview. Our communication arts class, they're the ones that take the pictures, the formal pictures, and the pictures of our speakers while they're touring back through the school. Our cafeteria, it caters the event. Our admin is super involved in the event. Thank you, Mr. Green. And we have our student ambassadors that come back and speak. So we feel very strongly that this opportunity has really become multidisciplinary across our school and really embraced by our whole school community. I had speakers, but Garrett was sick. Our student ambassadors, Garrett was sick and Winter had to go home. But I can assure you that each of our student ambassadors that has that have volunteered each month to be involved in the program have had really positive takeaways, everything ranging from building their public speaking skills, as evidence like I need some more work on that as well myself. I always joke, but they do a beautiful job. They really connected with speakers. I know that Mr. Zimmer asked for all 3 of his student ambassadors' contact information because they really connected with each other. And I do just think it's a good opportunity to put it in the students' hands and let them take the wheel on it. So that is the presentation for today. I'm sorry I was a little shaky at first, but I can answer any questions. I'm really good at that.
I think this is a great program. It's really nice for small communities. I'll say small high schools, small communities, to have people that come back and show the different areas that they've gone into in their life, and to share that with students, so that the students, you know, a lot of times in small community areas like that, they feel like, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can leave this area and go to New York or go to California or Europe or anything like that, and this shows them, that other people ahead of them have done that, and that they can do it too. Jen Rain here. Jen Rain. Home to the river. I just thought about it, and on the honored alumni speaker series, trials and tribulations of a board member, maybe. I'm just throwing it out there. But
I think that's a good start.
Thank you. This is a great program.
Thank you so much. I do have to give a shout out to Adam Brahosky, one of our social studies teachers. When we were trying to come up with ideas, we were like, everybody in the nest, like all talent, we're always trying to like eagle feather it. And he said, how about Home to the Hill? And I was like, that is perfect. That's exactly what we want everyone to feel like when they come home. So.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you so much, Rose. Thanks for the presentation.
Ms. Solinger, you did an excellent job, and you should stop not giving yourself kudos for public speaking, because you are actually very good, and I wouldn't want your kids to hear you talking bad about yourself. So thank you for that. It is an exciting series, and we're excited to hear more about the future speakers. So our next speaker is going to be Ms. Sills and Ms. Tigner, and this is a presentation that the board requested last month, and so we will carry on with this next presentation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today about our library procedures. I know we've gone over them in the past, so it's great to have that chance to kind of review. For those that don't know me, I am Jen Sills. I'm the coordinator of instruction for science, outdoor and environmental ed, and school library programs. This is my 21st year in Worcester County Public Schools. I taught science at Snow Hill High School for 12 years. I was the librarian at Snow Hill High School for 3 years, and this is my 6th year supervising those 2 areas. So it's very good to be here, and I'll let Ms. Stigner introduce herself.
So I am
this would be helpful. I am Brittany Tigner. I have spent 18 years as a teacher in Worcester County Public Schools on top of being a proud graduate of the class of 2002 of Stephen Decatur High School. I have spent 12 of those 18 years in school libraries with experience at Snow Hill Middle School, Snow Hill High School, and Stephen Decatur High School. I hold a master's in library and information studies, a bachelor of English, and at the state and national level, I've served as a member at large and president of the Maryland Association of School Librarians, and I'm the current treasurer. And I have served the American Association of School Librarians as a chapter assembly delegate and as chairs of both the Intellectual Freedom Award Committee and the Chapter of the Year Award Committee.
So a few years ago, we did a presentation about our strategic planning and new programming for libraries. We received a grant that was a federal grant through IMLS, which is the Institute for Museum and Library Sciences. We were one of 10 national grants awarded. And with that grant, what we did is really focused on building a true district library program. We have 12 libraries in our county, 12 librarians, and in previous years we kind of were isolated, islands, worked in silos, wasn't a very strong district program. And part of that grant was to do some strategic planning, and through that process we developed a mission, a vision, values, and goals, and these have been shared before, but we wanted to have them up again. We're not going to read them for you. So you can see our mission and vision and what we stand for and what we strive for with our school library programs. Oh, fun facts. Forgot about that. Like I said, we have 12 librarians, and I did want to make sure, I know there's been some question around how we select materials and the qualifications of our librarians. So with our 12 librarians, I think it's important to note, out of the 12, we have anywhere from 11 to 22 years in education. Our librarians are all certified library media specialists. Most also have master's degree in library science. We have 6 with degrees in English, 7 that are certified in secondary English, including all 3 of our current high school librarians. And we were doing some math just to run some numbers, and if our numbers are correct, out of the 13 of us, if we include myself, we have 22 kids currently in K-12 in Worcester County Public Schools amongst us. So just thought that was something interesting to share.
Jen, for the board's purpose, I know some of you are saying 14 schools and we have 12 librarians, so we share. Worcester Tech does not have a librarian, or Cedar Chapel. Yeah,
Cedar Chapel can share Snow Hill Middle Schools, yes.
Yeah, they go, right.
Again, we did mission, vision, values, and goals through our strategic planning. And in this process, we had a core team, and that team was made up of administrators, parents, teachers, some student representatives. We also involved all of our librarians in that process. And throughout the course of a year and a half, we gathered data, reviewed needs, looked at best practices, and used that to really kind of build out the program that we have today. Our work opened several opportunities for collaboration across the state and nationally. The grant ended in last fall, so it's been a little over a year. But during the grant process and all the way up until now, because of that work, we have actually presented both locally, statewide, and nationally at a variety of conferences and different venues with our programming and in our best practices.
So one of the things that we really want to share with you is how our library procedures were developed. I was reaching out to Josh Friedel and some other people that you all may or may not know to try to figure out how long our library procedure manual has been in place. And as best as we can figure that out, it's at least 40 years. And that's not 40 years as a solid, immovable document. We review it about every 5 years to make sure that it is up to date with the current and best practices. But this is something that we have relied upon to give quality library procedures for 40 years or more. It's based on research, it's based on policy, it's based on library standards and other standards, and it's also based on best practice. The organizations that we rely upon the most are these three. We heard about the American Library Association. It was founded in 1876. And then also the American Association of School Librarians, which was founded in 1951, and the Maryland Association of School Librarians, founded in 1950. In 1939, ALA adopted the Library Bill of Rights. It's been amended many times, again, like our policy manual, it's updated as needed. It provides the ethical and philosophical guidelines for all libraries and all librarians. It directs libraries to include all points of view, reduce barriers to access, ensure First Amendment rights, and protect patron privacy. In 1986, they realized that it was necessary to give an interpretation for this bill, or this position statement rather, and they call that the access to resources and services in the school library. It's the same principles as the Library Bill of Rights with a different interpretation. It directs us to resist constraints and barriers and resist those external efforts to limit content for students and teachers. Just like any other content area, we do have standards. Maryland adopted the Maryland Standards for Learners, Librarians, and Libraries, and that is based on the National Standards for Learners, Librarians, and Libraries published by ASL.
As Brittany mentioned, every few years we do look at our library procedure manual and make revisions as necessary. And of course, first and foremost, with anything that we do in our procedure is making sure that we're aligned to our Worcester County policies. So I did want to take a minute just to point out 3 relevant policies that do drive some of what's in our library procedure manual. The first one, thank you, is the procedure around the selection of textbooks, digital materials, and other instructional materials. And I'm not going to read it to you. The policies are all available to everybody. They are public. But I did pull a few quotes from that, regarding the fact that the responsibility for selecting textbooks, resources, other instructional material, of course, it resides with the leadership of the central office instructional staff. So for me, I would oversee the selection of science materials and library materials. The selection of supplementary books and digital resources, supplementary materials, is a collaboration between school personnel and central office staff. And then, of course, specific procedures that align with policy are found in procedure manuals. So we have our district procedures, but we also have our library procedure manual, which is very, very specific to our programming, and gives more details than our district policy and procedure around what our selection process is, as well as basic things like how to put a spine label on a book. Also in this policy, I think it's important to note that we are supposed to select materials that represent all groups and individuals that are in our schools. Our next policy.
Can I ask a quick question on that last slide? How do you define proper recognition? Do you have some sort of criteria that falls under?
I can speak to that. Okay. So each year, and I'll talk about our collection development plan later, we do an assessment of our school community. And so we look at which clubs are in our school, which students are in our school, and we make sure that there is a fairly equitable access to materials for all of those students. Now, one book can serve multiple purposes. And so it's not an easy thing to find, but we do our best to make sure that all students are represented in our collection using that collection development plan and that data that we gather.
And do you have any sort of like a paper copy of the proper recognition criteria that you use, or is that just based on not perception, but each librarian's recognition of that?
As Brittany mentioned, in our collection development plan, the librarians pull demographic data for their schools. They have the ability to survey students and teachers in terms of the needs are. We have curriculum maps that align library standards with content standards. And you know, it's a matter of knowing your school community, which all of our teachers and staff in our schools, including our librarians, are very well versed in.
Thank you.
The next policy I just wanted to highlight is the reconsideration policy. And I think it's important to note the language. There has been a motion about allowing any resident or taxpayer to be able to challenge a book or request reconsideration. And I want to make sure that everyone is clear on why our library procedure is written the way it is. Our policy does specifically mention parents multiple times in that policy. It mentions parents or group of parents, talks about the ability and right of an individual parent to request children not to use materials that's specific to religious grounds. And then again mentions that the procedure manual will indicate the steps to be followed. So when we look at our library procedure manual, this is what's guiding us. So in our manual, we use school patrons. And that is because within this policy, in addition to the procedure that matches this policy, parent is mentioned several times and school patron is specifically mentioned. So in our library procedure manual, school patron is what we have designated as the individuals who can request a review of a library book. I also included our educational equity policy. I think it was important to highlight this. This isn't something that we directly use in our manual, but it is also part of COMAR, so it's required by all school districts. And when you look at, this is a very robust policy, and when you look at the language of it, it talks about educational equity and making sure that all policies, procedures, and practices are viewed and decided through that equity lens. The policy is very clear on social identifiers that are to be recognized in our student body and demographic factors, which would include physical and mental abilities, age, ethnicity, family structure, gender identity, expression, sexual orientation. So our equity policy, I think, is important to point out, and I would encourage members of the community and anyone here today to review that. And if you looked at our mission, vision, values, and goals, something that school librarians are very focused on, and it's also part of our state standards, is equity and inclusion and ensuring that we do represent all students. So I wanted to highlight that as well. Please.
I would share with the board that not only, as Ms. Sills mentioned, is this a policy that is required by the state of Maryland, but the specific pieces and portions of this policy are required. So, you know, certainly as the board can, I guess make whatever policy you want, but there is legislation, there is COMAR that says these things have to be in your policy. So we didn't create this equity policy and put in there what we wanted. We were required to include things, and things are required to stay by the state.
I wanted to, on this, there's 2 slides with this. That second to last bullet, create schools with welcoming, inclusive culture and environments that reflects and supports the diversity of the student population, their families, and their communities. I want to highlight that. School libraries are very different than our classrooms. They are very unique entities in a school. They are meant to be the hub of a school. It's meant to be the safest place in a school for all children. And if you walk into any of our libraries, I hope you would feel that way. Our librarians work very, very hard. I would say that is the thing they're probably most dedicated to, is creating a space that is safe, a space that represents the students, and a space that provides them access to get to know who they are, to grow academically, to grow personally. And I know Ms. Tigner, this is something that she's always been passionate about. She has been in 3 different libraries in our county over her tenure, and I believe you're the most tenured librarian in our county right now. But I do want to point that out, because we're not classrooms. We don't have set curriculum that we work off of, our core curriculum. We have standards, we have programming, but students come into our libraries by choice. They select their materials that they are interested in. So I do think it's important that I highlighted that so that we understand what our libraries are supposed to be about. We obviously are about books, we have lots of books, but there's so much more that goes into creating that welcoming environment.
I have another question. On the previous slide, the one that says policy statement at the top, can you define what appropriate educational resources entails? It says that under definitions, the first bullet point, educational equity, and also maximizes academic success for each student through rigorous instruction with appropriate educational resources to achieve their highest potential.
The supports that they needed
the supports. Okay, thank you.
And as Dr. Wallace mentioned, a lot of the definitions in this policy statement are also taken directly from COMAR. So if you explore that COMAR language, you'll see that it pretty much mirrors what we have in our policy.
Thank you.
So part of how we make the school library a welcoming place is, I spoke with Ms. Addis before about the collection development plan. And so we take a lot of time to figure out what our school community looks like. We look at the clubs, we look at the organizations, we look at the mission statement of the school, we look at the activities that our kids like to do. My kids like to surf and they like to fish. And so I make sure that those are in my library. We also offer AP courses and dual enrollment courses, photography and theater. And so all of those things go into analyzing our school community. Once I feel like I have that data on top of actually getting to know all of my kids every day, then I look at things like circulation statistics. How many times are books checked out? How many times are they not checked out? Which kinds of books are getting checked out and which aren't? How old are each of the books? I also look at the visual appeal. Our kids are visual people. And so when they come in the library, I have to make sure that it looks visually welcoming. And so all of these pieces come together for me to identify the goals and priority areas for me to do my ordering. I also take into account student requests. I have all students in the school have access to the Stephen Decatur High School virtual library. And in that section in Schoology, they have access to a book recommendation form. And so any child can recommend a book. In fact, any teacher can also recommend a book, and I have them go through there. And so when they recommend those books, and sorry, I forgot about the curriculum support as well. So for example, when the English curriculum changed a few years ago, one of the things that the high school librarians did is we looked at all of the supportive material and made sure that we had access to supportive English curriculum material. If there were books on that list that we didn't have, then we made sure that we added them to our list of things to purchase. So all of these things are what comes together, and usually what I'll do is I'll go into my book vendor and I will pull a giant list of all of the possible books that I could possibly get to fulfill these needs. Then I have to make sure that they are able to be approved. And so I cannot tell you the hours that I spend reading book reviews to ensure that these are the correct books. I recognize that you are giving me money to spend. I don't take that lightly. I make sure that I am choosing the best books for our kids. I review awards lists. I make sure that they have the best reviews. We use School Library Journal because it is the intersection of education and libraries. And usually if it doesn't have a School Library Journal review, I will think twice about ordering it. It better be really, really good for me to want to order it. Once I've looked at all of that, then I make sure that they've all met the general selection criteria. Things like it reflects the essential humanity of all. Promoting understanding among all people. All of these are taken from the WCPS procedure. And then once I've done that, there are times where there are books that are needed. Those teacher requests, those student requests, the curriculum needs that may not have 2 reviews. You know, kids ask me all the time. Last year I had kids who said, I'm researching the 30 Years' War. Do you have anything on that? And I said, no, I don't. And it hurt my heart a little bit, but I went to all my vendors and I tried to find the best resources that I could. I couldn't find any with reviews. they were all written for adults. And so what I did is I looked at not any reviews. I couldn't find any school library journal reviews. So I made sure to read all the reviews that were available. They looked like positive options from what I chose. And then I made sure that I reviewed those books when they came in. We have other specific collection, so that's for our nonfiction materials. It's very normal for us to not have enough reviews or not have the right kind of reviews for nonfiction material, and so we will look at other possibilities. Books in a series are another area where we often have to think about some other selection criteria. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Harry Potter series. The first book in the series is meant for 4th through 7th grade students. Obviously, adults also find it very interesting, but 4th through 7th grade student is the recommended age range. The last book in the series, however, is recommended for 6th through 12th grade students because Harry Potter grows up. And that happens. And so when we're looking at books in a series, we make sure that we're paying attention to those age ranges. We also sometimes have like the Babysitter's Club. I don't know if you all read that when you were little. Yeah, me too. I had all through till 75. It was amazing. Well, they've redone them as graphic novels. Yeah, I know. Christie's Big Idea. I don't know if you read it. 4 reviews. That's the very first book in the series. It has 4 reviews. By the time that you get to book 6, Christie's Big Day, there were no reviews available. And that's not abnormal with a book with a lot, or a series with a lot of books. And so it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna order Christie's Big Day. It means that I'm going to order it and I'm going to make sure that when it comes in, it follows the criteria and I've reviewed it clearly.
Ms. Tigner, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Would you explain, first of all, to the audience and to the people on the live stream that certain book selections are for the high school versus the middle school versus the elementary school? And secondly, we have a way through Destiny of classifying books. They're classified, and I know some of the young adult books are classified as YA. I'd like you to comment on that.
She's going to give a whole tutorial on how to search for those books.
I am. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I'll make sure that everybody knows how to search for books in our book catalog. But I do want to speak to the difference between, say, a middle school library and a high school library. So I was at Snow Hill Middle School. I transferred with the kids to Snow Hill High School. It was the great joy of my life to teach some of these kids from 4th grade to 12th grade. But along with that, when I looked at book reviews for my 4th through 8th grade middle school students, I was looking for books that School Library Journal or Book List or Hornbook or Kirkus had said were appropriate for the age ranges of those students. If they were not appropriate for those age ranges, I didn't purchase them. So when I look at high school collections, I'm not looking for 4th through 8th grade anymore. I'm looking for 9th through 12th grade. I am not purchasing adult books. Like I said, with that history book, I needed that content. So I took a lot of care in deciding whether or not it was even going to make it in the door. So we use a lot of what publishers have out there. We use a lot of what reviewers say, because sometimes the publisher can say one thing and the School Library Journal review says another. And when you're looking at educators and school librarians, we have to rely on that intersection between those two.
I have a question too. As far as the professional sources that you're using, some of them are biased in the way that they lean politically. I mean, it's just the way it is. For example, the ALA, they've now come out with that their president is a self-proclaimed Marxist, and there are states who are actually leaving connections with the ALA because of that. So I guess my question would be how, I understand that these are your professional sources, however, they are leaning on certain degrees to one side. What are you guys doing to make sure that there are also other sources that are leaning to the other side to bring it more towards the middle?
A lot of these organizations have been around for a long time. If you recall the previous slide, we're talking, all the way back into the 1800s or mid-1900s. So even though there might be an individual affiliated with that, that doesn't mean that individuals' viewpoints are necessarily viewpoints of the entire organization. But also, we require
respectfully,
multiple...
though, as a president, their viewpoints are going to change that organization. I agree. That's why I'm asking. I see that there are certain organizations that are more leaning one way. Are there other organizations that are leaning the other way to bring your decision-making more middle ground?
We look at multiple reviews. We look at awards lists. They look at the different criteria for the book. Our general selection criteria is based on board procedure. And of course, also understanding these organizations and how they represent or how they review books is also part of that process.
Also, to be clear, School Library Journal is not owned by American Library Association. They're a separate organization.
Right. Yep. Thank you.
No, that's you. I did this part.
Are we good?
Yeah.
So Ms. Tigner gave a pretty detailed description of how she, as the librarian, is curating that list before she even creates her final list that she wants to have approved for purchase. And again, this procedure is based on the foundation of our selection policies and procedures for the county, but then of course we have a lot more detail involved in the library books. One thing that we've done over the past couple of years, we revised our library manual last time we revised it was last school year, 22-23 school year. And every time we align it, we're looking at any changes in state standards, current policies, best practices and procedures. And we're also looking to increase that level of accountability. Because the librarians truly are trying to be the best professionals they can and do their jobs very, very well. And I, as the person who's coordinating library programs, also want to do the very best job that we can and make sure that we are doing our due diligence. With our most recent revisions, we've increased the accountability for the approval process to a level that it's never been before. I don't know if my librarians appreciate that for me or not, but it makes it harder on them. It's a lot more time involved. I wanted to make sure that we had a checklist. I wanted to make sure that they were reminded of everything they were supposed to do. I wanted to have, kind of that documentation that we were doing our due diligence professionally. So after a librarian creates that list, they have to have it approved by their principal. They're going to complete a document that we developed. It's called the Library Books Materials Purchase Request Selection Criteria Checklist. And it's a multi-page document. It reminds the librarians of our general selection criteria, asks if they've checked for reviews, looked at all of those things that Ms. Tigner mentioned in the previous slide. They get approval from their principal saying, these are the books I want to purchase. This is what I'm going to send over to me at the central office level. After they've had that filled out, the other thing they have to do too is if there are any books on that list that don't have the 2+ reviews or that might not align 100% with our selection criteria. Ms. Tigner mentioned a few of those books in a series. By the time you get to the 17th Dogman book, they might not have all the reviews for that. Also, a lot of our nonfiction material, it's not necessarily reviewed. Our children in our elementary schools really love books about sharks and snakes and horses and football, and publishers and organizations really just don't review every single one of those books. And we know that. So if there's something that needs an additional rationale or justification, the librarians are expected to type that up in detail. And it's not unusual for me to look at the form when I get it and say, I want more of a justification or rationale. Like, why do you want this book in your collection? How does it meet our criteria? And sometimes it could be as simple as our third graders, our science, has changed, and Unit 1 is now covering, weather in more detail, and the kids are asking for weather books. I don't have enough. Or, everybody wants the next, book in the series. The other thing that I think is important to point out, Ms. Tigner didn't mention it, with graphic novels. Graphic novels add a layer because of the very visual nature of them. So when you start to add pictures to books, it can add that layer. So with our graphic novels, the expectation is that librarians, in addition to all the other selection criteria, they are expected to go page by page through a graphic novel before they finalize putting it on a shelf. That takes a lot of time. So that is something that will also be in their justification rationale, like here's the graphic novels, I plan on going through these. Once I receive the list, after the principal signed it, after the librarian has gone through all that justification, I look through it, I look through the purchase list, I'm looking for the age recommendations. So if I see anything that, we have a lot of, our schools are kind of unique. We have, in other districts you might have like pre-K 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and we have some unique schools with 4, 8 or pre-K 4. So if I see perhaps a title in there that's at the upper range, maybe it's one of our pre-K 4 elementary schools and the range is 4th grade through 8th grade. I might look at that title in more detail myself to get an idea of what that book is about. I might email or call the librarian and say, hey, tell me a little bit more about this title and why you have it on the list. And then sometimes they'll say, I want you to remove it. Like, I don't think this is appropriate. Maybe we put it at, the intermediate school. So it's not unusual for me to question them repeatedly, ask for more information, or me to look at some of those titles in more detail. Once we go through that, then I tell them, okay, this looks good, or hey, when you get this book, I want you to look at it in more detail and really analyze it before we put it on, and then they go ahead and complete the purchase process based on how their school does purchasing.
So we don't order any books until all of that is done.
So we've gone through how we select our books, and it's pretty detailed. We have a review process in our district for a reason. Every district does. So we have policy for reconsideration of textbooks and instructional materials. We have procedure for that. And that's just another check in the system. It's to ensure that parents have that voice, and if there's a concern about something that we have, that there's a process to follow to voice that concern and for us to reconsider, our choice. I will say, I think it's important to note that the librarians are really good at reconsidering things on their own. A lot of our librarians haven't necessarily been there to purchase every single one of the books that might be sitting in their library right now. I think Decatur has over 15,000 titles. Ms. Tigner started at Decatur last year. So I don't expect that she's read every single book in that library or all 15,000 titles. But while she's going through and doing her weeding, or while one of our elementary librarians who might have been there for the past couple years is going through, they inventory their books, they weed their books. It's not unusual to come across a book that, if I'm looking at it, maybe it doesn't match our selection criteria now. It might have been purchased 20 years ago. So it's not unusual. In the elementary school, it probably happens more often than other schools. Librarian will call me and say, hey, I found this book. I don't think it really aligns with our selection criteria. Here, I want you to look at it. We'll move it sometimes. Sometimes the proper thing is to weed the book because there's something better that's been published more recently. Perfect example was a little alphabet book in an elementary school, and it had very dated photographs, but, the librarian's like, I found this book, I'm going through this section of my library. She goes, I think I can find something better. I'm going to go ahead and weed this and replace it with something that is, more current. We have some books that we'll look at and move from our pre-K 4 to our intermediate schools. And we remove them from the elementary collection, put them in the middle school collections. We do that with some of our middle school books as well. And it's because we recognize that we're human, so, and maybe we didn't have a say in that book being put there in the first place. So we have this process that we follow for ourselves when we're weeding and doing inventory. The librarians also rely on each other. So I know there has been occasions where Ms. Tigner has been looking at some requested titles, and maybe she wanted to get the opinion of the other high school librarians and what their professional opinion was. So we're constantly trying to do our very, very best. But if someone wants us to reconsider something that is in our library and, take a look at it again, that's the whole purpose of this request for review process. And we have had this procedure in place for a very long time. Prior to our latest revision, our request for review for in our library manual was identical to the procedure for textbooks, and that procedure is mentioned on this slide. In spring of 2022, and a lot of you were here for that, we actually had our first ever district book review committee. Interestingly enough, it was on All Boys Aren't Blue, a book that continues to be brought up quite frequently. That book, there was a parent at the school who had gone through the process, submitted a form. We put our district book review committee together. We looked at that book. The committee made a recommendation. Mr. Taylor made a recommendation. The book was retained. So we've been through this process with All Boys Aren't Blue, and the decision was to retain that book. After going through that process, like you would with anything, you reflect. You know, good teacher reflects on the lesson that day. We reflected on that process. Where was it not clear? Where could we make it better while still aligning with our policy and procedure? So when we revised our manual in the 22-23 school year, we wanted to make sure that we were very clear on the who, what, when, where, what was going to happen, and try to make that procedure better than it was when we did it the first time. And we did it really well the first time too. We have very good procedures in place. So this is just a summary. The book process starts, the review process starts at the school level. And again, school patrons. So this is parents, caregivers, students, and employees. They can, at any point in time, say, you know what, I have concerns about this material. That could be a textbook, it could be a library book. When it's a library book, we have our procedure that we've developed to follow. That initial level is school level. The parent is going to contact the principal, contact the librarian or the teacher, and they are going to have a discussion around that book. And that's something that has been happening for decades. And that's always been part of our procedure. And if that happens, there's conversations that are had, we go over things, listen to parents' concerns, and every single time that had happened in the past, up until spring of 2022, the resolution was, my child's not checking out that book, or I don't want these materials available to my child. Make a note in their patron record, and we respect that. If we can't find a resolution at the school level, that's when we have that request for review form. That form would come to me, and then I would inform Mr. Taylor, our superintendent, that we have a request for review at the district level. The assistant superintendent is responsible for convening a review committee, and we have a description of who's supposed to be on that review committee, and that's based on our district policy and procedure. After that committee meets and they make a recommendation, the superintendent's informed about that decision, informs all parties, and then the complainant has 30 days to appeal that. If the appeal happens in that time frame, that's when it would come to the school board level, where the school board would have to have a hearing, decide on the matter, and then make a decision. And one thing that we did put into our library procedure was clarity around, like, how long does this decision stand? And we, looked at best practices across the state, other policies and procedures that were in place, and that's where we put the 5 years is where our decision stands for that. We have had, over the past 3 school years, individuals that do not have any students in schools submit request for review forms directly to me at the district level. And because that doesn't follow with our procedure for requesting review, we don't create district book review committees for those requests. I will say, however, that we respect the views of anybody in our community. And every time that has happened, we have reached out to those individuals. We've explained our process. In September, we received 3 from one individual. And I even tasked the 3 high school librarians, even though it's not in our procedure and we weren't bound to do it, I said, I want you to look at these titles. I want you to pretend that we've never purchased them before, and I want you to go through our selection process. Is this something that we would purchase now? Does it match our selection criteria? Didn't have to do that, but we are professionals and we wanted to take that time. And the librarians spent, a portion of their day when they were supposed to be doing other professional learning and doing some programming, and they looked at those 3 titles. And we made sure that they were still appropriate to be in our schools. Unfortunately, when we have tried to communicate with people that have turned these in, it's not a conversation that anybody really wants. It's very one-sided. No one has taken up any offers to have conversations, to go through this process. And in that situation, the individual actually came to a board meeting following that and said things that weren't true about how that process went. So I want to make sure that this is the process we have, and we do our very best to not just follow this process, but also to value all opinions and listen to what's being said. So I just wanted to put that out there. I went off script a little bit. Sorry, Brittany. And I think it's also important to remind everybody that any parent and guardian at any point in time can place any limits for their own child. That has been our procedure for decades. That is what we've always had in place.
And now I get to tell you how to find all the books. So if you give me just a moment, and I'm going to steal your microphone and turn mine off, because I'm going to need to make a little switcheroo here. Okay. Oh, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Drag this over there. And I know it's magical, right? And there. Okay. Oh, and of course Destiny has signed up. Okay, so, oh man, this is a really bad angle. Okay. Okay, it's all right. I'm gonna do it this way because then I don't have to switch it back. Okay, we'll be just fine. So I really want to, I'm purposely not logging in here. I want you all to see what is available when you are not even a patron of the school. So in Destiny Discover, there's actually two interfaces that we have, so I'll show you both just so that you can see, so if your child comes home and says, like, that's not what mine looks like, you can see that there is another option. So this is the Stephen Decatur High School Library, and without logging in, what I can do is I can come here. I'm just looking at my notes to make sure that I cover everything for everybody. We can search by title. So a very popular book right now is, hold on. Okay, there we go. A very popular book right now is The Summer I Turned Pretty. Yep. I read it. Yep, it's great. Okay. And so you can see a couple things here at the screen. You can see that, oh, this is very awkward. Sorry, everybody. You can see that it is checked out right now. You can also see where it is in the library. It's in the FICHAN section. You can click on this. You can see more details. You can read a review, or sorry, not read a review, you can read a summary. Sometimes you have the option to read the first chapter or the excerpt. If you go down here, if you want other books that are similar, there's this. There's also these over here that are similar. But the other thing I want to point out is that students can also look at these reviews. Now, we don't have school library journal reviews here. I think it's mostly just Kirkus and Book List. But if you go here to more reviews, then you can actually see all of the different places that this book was reviewed. In April 2009, this book happened to get a School Library Journal starred review, which means that it was one of the best. You can also go to the copies and you can see where each of these books resides. So this book is just at Stephen Decatur High School. Sometimes there's multiple title records, and so it might actually be in the other high schools. So it's just something to keep in mind. Look at my list. Okay. You can also, I'm gonna look at our search options. So you can also search by interest level. So if I just wanted to search for YA books, then I could do that. You also can make sure that you search by author. We could search by topic. We could search using those subject headings. You can see these are all of the books that are listed as YA, and we start with those nonfiction Dewey ones, and it doesn't say how many there are in this, but it's very easy to see that. You also, other than YA, you can actually change it if you wanted to make sure that you were just searching for 7th grade books or 7th grade through YA books. I'm having trouble reading because I'm getting older. I know. It's my birthday. Okay, that wasn't helpful for you all. Okay. It is. So you can look in the books. We also have collections of materials, and sometimes you can also see the databases. I want to go back, and we'll actually go into this one. So that's pretty much what you can see as somebody who is not logged in, has no username and password.
I'm sorry, how do you access that?
You know what, I'm really glad you said that, because I meant to say that at the beginning. I actually have a note. So it is worcesterk12.follettdestiny.com. That's the official one. All students, usually the librarian has either a link on the website. I have a link on the website, and I also have one within our Schoology course. So all of.
Go to the website, the school website.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're working on a.
It will be available on our county website as well.
Yep. So it'll also be available on the district website. Yeah. So we are going to use Grace Hopper. If you don't know who she is, you should definitely look her up. So Grace Hopper is going to be our student today. And what I want you to see is that within this, I can place a hold on the book. So I'll go ahead and place a hold. And then my librarians back at school are probably, well, hopefully they're not getting a message at this point. But they will get a message saying, hey, somebody put a hold on a book. Pull that out for them. And then the exciting part is that as the student, I can go up here into my stuff. If I had things checked out to me, I could see that right here. I could also see all of the books that I have on hold. If I have favorited books because I really, really like this genre, then I can have those here. And if for some reason, maybe I, went, jet skiing and lost the book off the back of the jet ski, and I have a materials find, that would also be here. So it's very easy for all of the school patrons to search and find what they need. A lot of times we do a lot of those lessons in elementary, early middle school, so by high school they forget that happens. But if any student or parent needs help, I am happy to walk them through this. I do just very quickly want to show you, this may be the interface that you have seen before. We are starting to sort of move away from this, so but I want you to know this is still here. I just feel like we get book reviews from there. We just get some more information on the other screen, and it's a little bit more friendly. But at any time, I'm happy to walk anybody through that.
Jen, what age is in young adult?
YA is generally for ages 13 to 18, so teens.
Teens, thank you.
I'll give Ms. Tigner a chance to get our screen back. We're doing extended screen, not mirroring, which is why it's a little bit troublesome. Yes. All right. I wanted to take a few minutes. We are towards the end of our presentation, but I do want to address the two changes that were proposed at the last meeting and just kind of share my professional thoughts on that. So right now we have procedures in place. These are procedures that have been in place for decades. They are procedures that are working. We have not had any reason to think that our procedures are not working. And as I mentioned before, our procedures are based on current policy language focusing on those school patrons. And I know there was a proposal to change our request for review procedure, our challenge procedure, to allow any resident to challenge a book or request that a book be reconsidered. And I just want to caution the board against that. It's the implications for that, and a lot of our speakers today have kind of spoken on this, is time, money, and personnel. So first and foremost, it takes a lot to go through a request for review process. And if we have residents without children in our schools, well, we're skipping the school level, folks, and we're going right to a district level. And that means we're putting a committee together for each and every single book that anyone has an issue with. The management of educational content really needs to be based on the educational needs, the professional standards and practices of the people directly involved in our education system, not just individual residents. Our current procedure allows school patrons to request a review. It gives those that are directly involved in the educational process a say. And I am concerned that if we extend this to any resident, we're going to set a precedent that could lead to a disproportionate influence by a minority and not necessarily reflect the values of our student and parent community, which is who we should be serving first and foremost. Under our current procedures, what we have been doing for a very long time, parents can inquire about their child's checked out materials. They can ask to know what their child has checked out from the library, and they can restrict access to books for their child. Ms. Tigner just showed you anyone can access our catalog to see what's there. That's fully open to the public, not just our school patrons. And, you know, this procedure also encourages families to engage in discussions about values and book selection and have those conversations about what their students are checking out and make the decisions that are best for their families. The second concern that was brought forth last month was in reference to a special mature teen section. And a couple speakers have spoke to that, but I think it's important to look at it from a librarian perspective. The American Association for School Libraries has a position statement on labeling, and our current policies are grounded in best practices and also guidelines that are set forth by reputable organizations like the AASL. And I am concerned that if we introduce a mature teen section with a parent permission opt-in, this is in direct contradiction to these established best practices that have been in place, and these are designed to ensure intellectual freedom and equal access to information for all of our students. And at high school, that First Amendment right is higher than it is at any other level, and that's something that has been discussed before in court rulings.
Jen, can I ask a question on that one? Just the idea, and this has come to me through various parents, just the idea that if a child is a minor, then their parent does have the responsibility for being able to make sure whatever they're reading is appropriate, age appropriate for them. Now, every child's different. I raised 3 kids. You know, they were all age appropriate, different at 8 different ages. So I'm just asking if, I've heard this a couple of times today, you know, the children have a right. I'm just trying to make sure we understand that there's a parent responsibility attached to a minor, that's all.
So can I address that as a parent? Is that okay? So I am busy. I'm a librarian. I'm a mom. I have 2 twins. I'm not going to lie, I got a call from the school before I came here to present. So I have a lot on my plate. But I chose to be a mom. And so I chose to raise my kids. And I don't want anybody else to have input in that, in the books that they get to choose. My kids can choose their books. They can come home. I can read with them. I look through their book bags. I make sure that all of those papers are done. Do I know that that's not necessarily how it works in every house? Yeah, absolutely. But it is a little offensive sometimes when sometimes we insinuate that parents are not able to look in their kid's book bag to do an, oh, no, I know you are not. No, I'm not, that's not. In general, what I'm saying though, is that it is frustrating. As a parent, I'm saying it is frustrating because I do those things. And
so did I.
Yeah.
But the idea is when someone throws at me that, children have rights. Yeah, they do. But as part of this whole discussion, they are minors whose parents have the responsibility.
And I think you actually
that's the piece that we really need to keep an eye on.
I think you just hit the nail on the head, though. The parents do have that responsibility to have those conversations. And if there's things that they don't want their kid to see or read, then I work really hard to have good community relationships, and I invite parents into the library. I wish more parents came in, like on PTA nights.
And I agree.
So, yeah.
What about the parents who say, well, my kid never checked out the book. They might be reading it in the library. How do you address that issue that they might not be checking a book out, but just browsing it in the public school libraries?
I think I would go back to what Ms. Tigner is saying. I encourage parents to have conversations with their child. I encourage parents to have conversations around your family values. Ask them, do you go to the library? What books are you interested in? Or as a family, these are the things that we deem appropriate or inappropriate. This is what matches our values, and have those conversations in your home. A kid can, I have a fourth grader. I have 3 children. My fourth grader has peers that have cell phones. In my family, we don't get cell phones when you're in 4th grade. So it doesn't match our family values that he, at age 9, would have a cell phone, but he has friends with cell phones. And I know that there's a possibility that his friend can show him something on a cell phone. So I'm going to have those conversations with my child, and we're going to talk about what we stand for and what we believe and what we do in situations. And I think we would encourage the same with library books. I can't control which kids in a school bring a cell phone in and what kids show my student. If a kid's coming in and looking at a library book and it's something that the parent might not deem appropriate, I think the parent should have that conversation with that child. So last slide on impact of labeling. Ms. McComas brought up parental rights, and this is why that at any point in time, any parent can call and say, I want to know if my kid has a library book checked out and what the title is. And we're going to give parents access to that information. But the other problem that arises with this possibility of labeling books, the role of our librarians is to guide and facilitate access to information. They are not supposed to make subjective judgments on what's considered mature. We rely on those professional organizations' reviews, we look at awards lists, to ask them to subjectively label books and decide what goes into a section goes against what they're supposed to do. That is not their role. Such a designation is truly subjective. It risks stigmatizing books and authors, as well as students who might go and explore books in those sections. I am asking, based on our current policies and procedures and best practices that we currently have in our school libraries, I really urge you to uphold our current procedures and let them stand. I would like to focus on continued open discussions between educators, librarians, parents, students, board members, community members, so that we can understand procedures and understand what goes on in our libraries, and then encourage parents to take an active role and engage in dialogue with their children. And that's what we've been doing for many, many years, and I would like to continue doing that because there is nothing that is showing us that that's not working. That's it. Any questions?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Buchanan?
I know you've done this before. I remember, might have been 2 years ago or a year and a half, presentation that was similar to this. And
it wasn't this long, though. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah,
it
not
wasn't
this long, this
time.
late, but
I know,
we
I know.
appreciate your attentiveness.
I lost my train of thought now. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the time that you both have put into this. I know it's a lot of research that you had to do on your part to come up with, explaining us the manual. I have just a couple questions. You probably already answered them, but it's like in the classroom. Sometimes you have to go over it again for for your students sometimes and to understand it. How many parents, since the beginning of school in September, have opted out of any of the library books?
I can answer that. So I've been a librarian for 12 years. I have never, actually, no, that's a lie. One time, I had one parent say, this book, my child is not allowed to check out this book. And I said, absolutely. Made that a mark in their record, and that's one time in 12 years.
So, we can take it that no parent, as of this school year, September to now, has used the opt-out
So
procedure.
district-wide.
Yeah.
And, I'm going to assume that if a situation arises at a school, librarians informing me. Last school year, we had 2 parents at the elementary level have concerns about a book. We went through the procedure. We talked with them.
Right.
They asked that their kid not check out certain books, so that was noted. In the past 3 school years, since we did our district book review, we haven't had any high school parents question a book or request a review for a book or ask for a discussion with a book. The resolution with that particular book, that's the student of that parent who had the initial request. We put a note in their patron file. This year there haven't been any requests, to my knowledge, from any high school parents to reconsider a book or for us to restrict a book. But if there were parents that had concerns at any of our school levels, high school included, then we would welcome those phone calls and those conversations.
Now, we furnished the parents this information at the beginning of school. Have we done that in regard to, so that the parents know that there is an opt-out?
Yes, school librarians communicate. We, share, lots of little reminders. Please, as you're going through, you're doing spring clean out, check for books, those kind of things. And we always try to include, that piece where if you have any concerns, if you have any questions about our library materials or our collection, please reach out to your school library media specialist. So I would hope, and I feel like our librarians do try to keep that open line of communication. All the schools have different ways of communicating, whether it's Dojo or Remind or all the different things, and the librarians use multiple, channels to communicate with families.
Okay, to get that information out there. Okay. Fiction versus nonfiction, are they both given YA designation?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. So you will find nonfiction books that are specifically written for a YA audience.
Okay.
And nonfiction can range from everything from like narrative nonfiction, that is, somebody's story, to something that is purely, factual. And so, yes, there are some nonfiction books that are specifically written for YA students, and then, and other grade levels as well.
Yeah, you may have already gone over that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I like the information.
It's all right.
Sometimes it has to go out more than one time. For a parent that wants to go into Destiny and check things out. As a matter of fact, I did it myself. I went to Pocomoke High School website, went to Media Center, clicked on the Media Center icon. I clicked on the online catalog little box there. So I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to think how a parent who is maybe not an educator, okay, and maybe not familiar with a lot of technology or technology like this, how they would go, how easy is it for them to do this if they so desire, right? So then I went to the online catalog, and then from there I went to the search box, and then I typed in, and I'm not going to tell you the words I typed in, but I just typed in some words, right, and did a search on it, and then I came up with the little icons of the books, you know. When you, and there was a description underneath of the books, you know, like a summary. And then when you clicked on that book that you may have a concern with, it got to be a larger summary. Now, you said this, you know. I'm just stating it again for everybody out there.
I appreciate it. Sometimes I use library jargon, and I like it when somebody else summarizes it.
And then I put my, you know, looking at either a series of books or 5 books that I as a parent did not want my child looking at. There's a print. You can print it out, right? So you can print it out, take it to the school, give it to the librarian. I don't want my kid reading these books. And that's correct, right? Give it to the media specialist. Media specialist puts it into Destiny under their name. When the child tries to check that book out, goes to the circulation desk, librarian or media specialist pulls up the child's name and then sees it, right?
Yep. There's a, on that back end function that I showed you,
right.
A note will pop up that says that we could say, you know, student is not allowed to check out XYZ book.
Right. Why I'm bringing this up is that it was very, very simple for somebody like myself that with technology, I know a little bit of technology, you know, I don't know a lot of it, you know, but it was very, very simple to look in that catalog for Pocomoke High School, you know, because that would have been my concern if my kids were going to Pocomoke High School. And I was so inclined to want to control their reading that's how I would do it. And I found it was a very, very simplistic way for me to flex my parental demands on that. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Dr. Andes.
Thank you very much for this extremely informative sharing of the process and very detailed. The landmark case, U.S. Supreme Court case decided in 1982 is Island Tree School District versus Pico. And in that particular decision, the U.S. Supreme Court held that Island Tree School District illegally, my words, illegally, or inappropriately removed books from the school library. And I think the decision was 5-4. As a school board member, I've been personally struggling with First Amendment rights of students, which is what the Supreme Court said, and the rights of parents to be the ultimate decision maker in terms of library books and what library books kids have access to. And that's been a very personal struggle for me since this whole issue came up about, I don't know, since I've been on the board. And I've been trying to find a resolution. I've been trying to find a solution. I've been trying to resolve the issue, and I continue to struggle with it every single day. We have a wide variety of voices within our community. Some of those voices are saying we need to restrict access to those particular books. Some of those voices are saying, wait a minute, no, we don't need to do that. We have school librarians, and I still call you librarians. I'm sorry.
No, we call ourselves librarians.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still not used to media specialist. I'm sorry.
It's going out of style anyways.
Thank you. Okay, we have outstanding school librarians who follow this very detailed procedure in selecting books. As Mr. Buchanan said, we have a process for that the parents want to, they can opt out, and they can let the school librarian know that they can move forward and so their student doesn't have access to that particular book. So I thank you for your time today and sharing this information. I'm still struggling. Between the whole issue of, again, the rights of students to have access and the parental rights. Now I'm going to date myself because I'm really old. And back in the 1960s, some of you in this room will remember that. Some of you were not here yet. But in the 1960s, in our community where I grew up, we went through the same process, where some individuals in the community wanted books removed from the classroom or from the school library. And I had 2 older brothers, so I'm going to blame them. Every single book that was labeled to be removed, because we didn't have internet, that's a shocker. Internet didn't exist, cell phones didn't exist. I'll blame my 2 older brothers. They somehow found the book and brought it home. And since they brought it home and we were told not to read it, and I'm a preacher's kid, I read it. I kept it underneath my bed at night, and I became an outstanding reader of some of those books. Probably helped me get out of the turtle reading group and move into the jackrabbit reading group. But that's what I did. Today we have these things. And I know despite parents' efforts to clamp down on access on these things, we all know that any teenager can thwart any kind of parent controls anytime they want to and have access to it. But then at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, should we have certain books in school libraries, and what are we doing? So I'm still struggling. I don't have an answer with the First Amendment rights of students, with the parental rights, and I still haven't come up with what I thought would be a workable solution. So I thank you for your time today. I thank you for sharing what you've done today. I commend you for everything you do, and make the support our teachers in the classroom and our students and our parents. And I want the community to know, and the members in the audience and our board members to know, that I'm still struggling with this and trying to work through this. So I thank you again, and I'm rambling on, but I think we've been here for 7 or 8 hours today, and I need more coffee.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I would like to move forward potentially and make a motion.
Well, yeah, first of all, I just want to thank both of you for taking your time to come forward today. We appreciate it. Thank you for the education. Thank you again. Okay, Ms. Addis?
I make a motion to adopt a policy to create a procedure consistent with Cecil County that has been brought to our attention from the last meeting, and have our superintendent work with our board lawyer to create a mature or restricted section of each high school and middle school library with an opt-in waiver to access and check out materials. And I ask for a second from my fellow board members to open this up for discussion.
Do I have a motion on the floor? And I'll repeat the motion in a minute, but do I have a second for discussion?
I will second it for discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Any board members like to have a conversation about that?
Yeah. I am. I'm sorry. I'm kind of where John is right now. This is one of those, and students' rights, parental rights, trying to do what's right, period. I really want to see our parents have that ability and responsibility to be able to work with their kids, and guide them, particularly when you're dealing age-appropriate material. However, we do have a process in place. I need to get online. I did a little bit. Thank you. Bill did send me that link, and I was playing with it for a while. The idea is, if we have a policy in place already.
We have a procedure in place.
I'm
right?
sorry, it's a procedure. Oh, okay. We have a procedure in place. I would love to be able to work with that and foster that, get publicity out about it, make sure our parents are real well aware that they have this ability and responsibility that they have at their fingertips, and that way give it a 6-month run. Kind of that's where my mind is at this point, to see how that goes before we start changing anything. Because if we're only getting 1 or 2 or 3 in a school year, that's not a lot.
Mr. Buchanan? Thank you.
Okay. Been giving us a lot of thought. It's like Dr. Andy says, it's something that's been on my mind. Thinking about opt-in, opt-out, opt-in, opt-out. It's been going on for days and days. And so I'm going to give you some food for thought from Bill Buchanan. Opt-in. Let me give you an example. You got a high school population of 330. Give or take, you probably have 500 parents. Okay? You've got some single parent households, going there. Okay? So you have 500 parents that have to make a decision. There's surveys out there that say, and I know people will probably go back and say, well, I've got a survey that says this, and I got a survey that says that, but did some research on surveys, and it said that 70% of parents oppose restricting books, okay? And using that 70%, that would mean that 350 parents would have to fill out a form, and 150 wouldn't have to do anything. Okay? Opt out. What we currently have as a procedure, using the same figures of 330 students in a school and 500 parents, using opt out, you have 150 parents would have to make a decision about their child's reading, and 350 don't have to do anything. Now, these figures are somewhat skewed because when I ask Ms. Sills in regard to how many parents have opted out since school started, there doesn't seem to be any. Okay, but I stand by this example that I've given on that particular part. You're looking at opt-in, restricting certain books unless having parental permission. Now, these are my questions that came into my head. Who determines the books to be placed? Who determines that? Is it a committee? Is it the media specialist? Is it the media coordinator? Who's going to determine that? Number 2, what would be the criteria? Are we looking at words? Are we looking at ideas? Are we looking at actions? 3, whose definition of labeling the books? Are we using someone's opinion to label the book? Are we using a dictionary for some type of definition or something? Here's a good one, number 4. This hit my head. To be fair, all the books need to be read to establish a baseline for the policy, right? Just do it fairly. So then it made me wonder, well, how many books are we talking about here? So I had some information I think I got from Ms. Sills back in 2022. Worcester County, the books in Worcester County public school libraries is 129,430. In the high schools, there's 27,389. In the middle school, there's 50,020. And in the elementary school, there's 52,021. Now, that was a year ago, so I'm sure there's more books in that. But see, since we seem to be talking about high school books, let's look at 27,389 books. And I hope I'm not boring everybody, with this, okay? I put a lot of time into thinking about this. So you've got 27,389 books. I'm a fast reader, but I don't know if I could do this or not. But anyway, I said, well, let's say a book is read in 2 days, okay, as an average, which is very ambitious. That would mean that you would have to read 54,770. It would take 54,778 days to read it, all the books. And if you want to divide that by 365, it would take 150 years. Okay? Would we need to hire a new position for this at the central office? Would that be the assessment coordinator of books? Because it would be a full-time job to read all those books and to keep reading those books every year that they would come in. And then the last question I had, but I'm not finished everything else, can people outside of education add books during the school year? Could somebody come in and go, okay, it's after Christmas, I'd like to add a book to that list or that restricted area or a label for that, Other questions and thoughts that hit my mind when I was going over this is on book labeling and restrictive. Are we going into the weeds concerning Title IX violations? And Title IX violations is a federal civil rights law, 1972, and they have an education amendment that says, simply, there are specific prohibitions. Reciprocants, since we're talking about school system, may not, on the basis of sex, identity, and gender included in that, subject any person to separate and different rules of behavior. Okay. Number 2, sanctions. Sanctions. Is book restriction a sanction? And then they've got a third thing here. They go, or other treatment. Because Title IX really wants to restrict hostile environment, okay? That's the main goal behind this. Now, these are just my questions. I'm not an attorney, I don't claim to be. But this is getting very murky on this opt-in. And do we want to jeopardize a possible legal situation coming out of this? I don't know. Talbot County, 2018, there was a violation of a Title IX, which they lost. Now, it wasn't book-related, but just to show you that Title IX, when you start to receive funding in school systems, have some say into how school systems are run like that. That's opt-in. Opt-out, our current, and I'll call it historic procedure, because it's been there for decades. Simply stated, you as the parents can decide for your child, but not for others. I already went over how, and I had listed here, how I went into Destiny, and I did a search, and I put my parent cap on, and I was thinking back like when my 2 girls were in school, and if I wanted to look at the library and see what was there. So I already did that. So I already told you that what we have currently is very, very efficient, and it's been tried. And my idea on that is to continue with that. We have it. We have the vehicle for this, for concerns that people may have in regard to the books. opt-in school system restricts the books, okay? Opt-in, the school system restricts the books. And I got a little quotation in here, or little parentheses, possible litigation? Huh? I don't know. It's a question. Opt out, parents do the restricting of their child. All it takes is one student not being able to obtain their parents' permission on an opt-in situation because of situations that may arise in families. Could be loss of parents, could be illness, could be divorce, loss of a job. It could be a lot of things. And that one student leaves the county open in regard to denying First Amendment rights, I think. Somebody, Dr. Andes had prefaced Pico. Stephen Pico was 17 years old. He brought suit against the Island Tree Union Schools in 1982. The concern for the books previous to that came out of a parent group called the Parents of New York United. They wanted the books removed. Stephen Pico is a 17-year-old senior with some backing, of course, took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Guess what happened to the Parents of New York United? Nothing. They weren't responsible for any of the cost or any of the time and energy that went into this. So that issue was brought up by a group of parents and then wiped their hands of it. Okay? They didn't have to deal with it anymore. The school system had to. I'm sorry I took up so much time. Like I said, I put a lot of thought, a lot of time into this. But I think what we have with allowing parents to make their own decision for their child is what we have. I think it's sufficient. Thank you.
Mr. Gordy.
Bill, you got talking to you, Mike, so that the live stream, I know you don't like to, but the live stream, I get complaints if you don't.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I was catching a little nap there. This policy that we were handed out says one of the policies is to reduce barriers to access, and I agree that we need parental safeguards. I think we have parental safeguards in place. Dr. Andes is still uncomfortable with all this. Bill Buchanan has got 7,492 books to read tonight.
Thank you.
I feel like where we are right now, we have a good policy in place, and it's working. It's obviously working. So I would be inclined to say, at least for now, till we know better one way or another, I would be inclined to support the policy that we currently have in place going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Smack.
First of all, ladies, librarians, thank y'all. Y'all did a good job the first time. A greater job this time. This right here, manual procedures. Y'all very educated, all y'all librarians, very educated. This procedure manual, in my opinion, is very good. Very good. I want to thank y'all. This manual procedures, in my opinion, is a guide for me, my family, and for myself. And I think the parents, or whoever it might be, we have a very good manual and procedure policy for books. And Merry Christmas to you, both, and your family.
Thank you. Anything from you, Dr. Andes, other than what you've already said? Okay. I just want to, I'd like to say is that ultimately, the parents have responsibility for their kids. You know, books have shaped us since we were kids. They've shaped us to be the people that we are. And parents need, I'd like to see the opportunity for parents to be more educated about what their options are. And I think we as a school system, we're in the business of education, and we can do a better job making sure that they know what their options are and what their rights are as parents are, so that they can make those decisions for their children when they're minors. As we all know, because the way you enter the school system is different now, you enter at a later age. I was one of the youngest in my class. Okay, so when I graduated Stephen Decatur, I was 17. But now, most kids graduating Stephen Decatur are 18. So they are adults when they get to that senior year, where they weren't before. But I would, I'm going to call for a vote, and then I would like to.
Can I say a couple things?
Sure,
as well?
absolutely.
All of us board members, after we talked about it last month, we received a lot of emails, both for and against this decision to be made tonight. And I took a lot of notes when I received a lot of those emails, just because I wanted to take this time tonight to clarify some of my positions, and make sure that the community understands where I'm coming from with a lot of the, I guess you would say, misconceptions about the arguments for and against. But the first argument against the restricted section that I wanted to talk about was, I received emails saying that proposals made to restrict students' access to age-appropriate books would place significant restrictions on access to books containing LGBTQ characters, themes, and stories. And nearly half of all book challenges had LGBTQ characters. When I had brought this to the attention of the board, it was never in the intention of restricting LGBTQ characters. It was with the intention that we are interested in age appropriateness. Books are not being challenged because of LGBTQ characters and stories. They are being challenged because of sexually explicit content. The response would be the same if it were a heterosexual couple doing the same acts in those books. It's the sexually explicit content. The next one was censorship driven by personal ideology is not best interest of students, teachers, parents, or the community. And to me, this is not about censorship. I can't even say that word. Censorship of banning books. This is deciding whether or not these books in question are age appropriate for the minors in which they are available to. And parents ultimately should have the right to restrict their children from these books and know they are not available unless given permission to. To me, an opt-in is logical because it creates, as our librarians were talking about, those conversations at home with your children. If my child came to me and said, I want to be able to go into this restricted section, I can then ask the question, why? And we can have a valuable discussion about the types of books that they want to access in that section. Otherwise, it's like the question that I had brought up to the librarians during their presentation, which is, what if they aren't checking books out and just accessing the materials within the school library? I want that to be able to be a valuable discussion for families at home before they are given access to those types of books, so that everyone is aware of the type of content that those children are reading. Children already see worse things on their cell phones. We've heard that a lot today. To me, that's just a red herring argument. It's a separate issue, and frankly, I think that's a separate issue that we should discuss, the use of cell phones within our schools. But to me, we should be looking as a school system to be the constant of good material, not just going with the flow because they can access it everywhere else. And really it comes down to, I read a lot of age-appropriate or intellectual freedom. And to me, it's not one or the other. It's both. I believe in intellectual freedom with age-appropriate books. Students should be able to absolutely have access and explore a variety of literary works aligned with their interests and maturity levels without being subjected to sexually explicit content. That's what it comes down to for me. That is why I've had a lot of conversations with members of the community about these topics. And it has nothing else to do with any of the other arguments that were brought into play. Those were my stances. Furthermore, with our board members here, we have been made aware that, you know, this isn't just our county facing this issue. This is happening across the state and across the country, and there's already 2 counties that we were made aware of, Cecil County and Carroll County, that have already have this restricted mature section in place. And it seems to be doing well for those counties, speaking with those members of those communities as well. I'm just asking my fellow board members to take that into consideration to create that type of space for our students as well.
Okay. So, so I understand your motion correctly. Your motion is to adopt the Cecil County school book policy, and for both high school and middle school. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Okay, well, that's why I was clarifying.
The motion, I believe, actually was to, for this board to adopt a policy
Similar.
similar to the Cecil County policy and procedure, and have the superintendent work with the board attorney to make a similar policy and procedure.
Okay.
I think it was a little bit more broad, just so the record's clear.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor and a second by Ms. McComas. Motion on the floor and a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. That motion does not carry. And I would like to ask our superintendent and staff to come back to our board with a way to make sure that we educate our parents in the school system of the opportunities that exist for them to, and what the restrict books if they want to, because it is ultimately their rule to do so. And so I'll ask you to come back at the next board meeting with that.
I'm looking at staff, and they're giving me the eye, so it will happen.
Yeah, and I think that since that policy is being touted as being pretty good and pretty viable up there, please take a closer look at Carroll and Cecil and see what's happened there, and see if it's something that we do need to reconsider, if you would. He's your boss, I'm not. Mr. Boss, if you.
He's talking to Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I would like to make one more motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to adopt a policy and to create a procedure to change the definition of complainant in our book policy to include taxpayers of Worcester County. And I ask for a second from my fellow board members to open this up for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to allow the complainant to be taxpayers of Worcester County, to put the book policy procedure in review.
I'll second it for discussion.
I have a second by Mr. Gordy for discussion. Anyone? Go ahead.
Well, since it would be my stance on that would be that the policy we have in place is more than enough. It's where I would like for it to stay. I feel like standing is a big deal. I feel like the taxpayers are just that. They're taxpayers. I don't think they have standing in a child's book choice in our school system. So I second it for discussion, and that's my discussion. I would vote to keep the policy like it is, our review policy, because I feel like standing is important. I also would just say quickly, there was a comment made in the public that it's like that is like taxation without representation. In my view, the representation is allowing that person and anybody wants to come speak. We had sheet after sheet after sheet of taxpayers being represented at our podium today, and that, so far as I'm concerned, that's far enough for the taxation and the representation. I would remind anybody listening, not many elected boards even allow that to happen.
Okay. Next, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, President Ferrante. I've done some thinking about this too.
that tab.
I notice it's dark outside.
Hold on. Carrie, can you call out for a pizza, please?
Yeah.
He's going to divide taxpayers this time, not.
No. All right. It's not as long as the last one. The term stakeholders, which was used at the last meeting in regard to stakeholders, taxpayers, in regard to going ahead with a book review, and I kind of looked at the term stakeholder, and I went to a dictionary. And a stakeholder is a person or a group with a vested interest in decision making. Okay? So then I looked at vested interest, and I went back to Webster. And vested interest is a personal interest in something because you could get an advantage from it. And so for us, our parents, we're talking about a child's education. Could you use stakeholder and shareholder? Yeah, you could. Both terms. When I was looking at stakeholder and shareholder, I kept thinking of a corporate relationship kind of thing there. But if that's the word that people want to use, then that's fine to do that. The primary stakeholder in this scenario are students, primary ones. The secondary stakeholders are parents, teachers, staff, and administrators. With the student being a minor, parents and educators have the responsibility for the educational direction of their minor child. Now I'm going to add another holder in the conversation. Stakeholder, opinion holder, okay? Being an opinion holder does not give you the right to chart an educational direction. There is no vested interest in regard to a other child or someone else's child. There is no direct line. We had a speaker that made a comment about county roads, and I kind of thought, okay, I'm going to use an analogy because when I was in the classroom, I always found out that analogies were a good way to get a lesson across to kids. And here's my analogy. I'm a taxpayer in Worcester County, true, and I live in the southern end. This is all hypothetical now. I'm just using this as an example. I heard or read that the Worcester County roads were going to repave a road in, I'll use Bishopville, in Bishopville. Good area. It is. It is. I don't know that road. I never drive on that road. And I don't intend in the future to drive on that road. But I had formulated an opinion that it was a waste of money and it was not needed. I can voice my opinion, but I am not a stakeholder who lives on that road. Almost done. I do not have a vested interest in or on that road. But the people who live on that road do. Just as the students, parents, teachers, and administrators have a vested interest for the activation of a book review.
Okay. Anyone else? I have a comment. There was a case in the U.S. Fourth Circuit Court which acknowledged that in connection with library books, a citizen without the child in school does not meet the criteria to challenge books. So, I mean, that case already exists, and that case has been identified to this board. So, I just want to make sure that you know that we know it has been challenged. It was slightly different, but in similar. and it has not. It has been basically been struck down. So.
Can you give a update on that?
Well, I don't want to get into an hour-long presentation about standing, and I don't think anybody wants to hear from me right now. The issue of, I think where the confusion lies is this. The issue of standing is a legal concept that courts address when someone tries to bring suit, and the reality is they're sort of saying, are you the right person to bring the suit? So to take Mr. Buchanan's example just a little further, if there was a pothole on a road in Bishopville, and you just didn't like that because you felt like your taxpayer dollars should be providing for better roads, chances are, if you tried to sue the state of Maryland as the owner of that road, the court would kick you out for having no standing. You had not been harmed. But if Mr. Taylor, perhaps driving down that road, hit that pothole and broke his axle, he would have standing because he's now been injured. And so, but that would be at the court level. Here, what we have is we have this procedure, as I see it, on page 29/30 of the packet we were handed. And it says complainant, a parent/guardian, employee, or student of Worcester County Public Schools who shares a concern about a specific library material. So, at the risk of splitting hairs, could this board, because remember this board doesn't have control over procedures, it only has control over policy. So could this board adopt a policy to further its procedures and widen its definition of a complainant? I believe that it could. Now, what would happen, potentially, is as that challenger made its way through its system, would eventually a court say, I don't care what your board said, I don't think you were doing harm, I don't think you had standing. That's possible. What I'm not clear on from the Fourth Circuit that Mr. Grande just cited is whether there was an underlying policy giving that person standing. So could this board sort of undercut the concept of standing and give it to someone who otherwise clearly would not have standing? Because clearly a taxpayer, I think in the court's view, would not be the immediate injured. And it would be a great conversation amongst legal scholars to determine whether the injury could be indirect from taxpayer dollars. So if the question is could you change your policy to maybe change your procedure to potentially add taxpayer? You could. Would it possibly bring a lawsuit? It might. So that's the 5-minute version of standing.
Thank you
Keep
for
going.
clarifying that. So, does anyone else have any comments?
I have a couple comments.
Okay.
I've been having this conversation a lot. And I finally, after hearing a lot of the arguments for and against it, I ended up, doing my own due diligence, just like everyone else here seems to be doing as well. And I contacted a constitutional lawyer and, asked about the ramifications of our Maryland Constitution with taxpayers being excluded from this policy or procedure. And they had indicated that without having taxpayer input, we as a board could potentially be breaking Article 1, Article 4, and Article 43 of the Maryland Constitution. So let me read those to you really quick, just so that we have an understanding going into this vote. So Article 1 is that all government of right originates from the people, is founded in compact only, and instituted solely for the good of the whole, and they have at all times an inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish their form of government in such manner as they may deem expedient. So what that means is, as an elected officials, we oversee the government schools that are an extension of Maryland government, and not allowing citizens the chance to change process within our government is to remove their inalienable right to alter or reform governance secured by Article 1. It is the people who form the contract and with whom government rights originate. So Article 4 is that the people of this state law have the sole and exclusive right of regulating the internal government and police thereof as a free, sovereign, and independent state. It's the citizens who have the sole and exclusive right to regulate the internal workings. There are no stipulations or reservations as to what citizens brandish this right. And finally, Article 43 is a two-part one. I'm just going to read the first part because that's all it really pertains to, which is that the legislature ought to encourage the diffusion of knowledge and virtue, the extension of a judicious system of general education, the promotion of literature, the arts, sciences, agriculture, commerce, and manufacturers, and the general melioration of the condition of the people. And that means as an improvement. So really the question with that really pertains to, is this sexually explicit material in these books disseminating knowledge and virtue, having, showing, or done with good judgment and sense? And if this, I keep going back to the example of if these books, these sexually explicit books that are in question, not every single book in the library, but these 65 plus that have been identified as sexually explicit books, if they were made into a movie, would they meet the criteria of being X-rated? If it can't be read on the news or in publicly broadcasted media due to its graphic nature and not meeting the criteria suited for all audiences. Now, those are the three, like I said, 3 articles in the Maryland Constitution to which we all, as board members, have sworn an oath to uphold and defend.
So I would refer to our legal counsel on those questions, if she's not prepared to answer them right now.
I think my answer would be the same. I mean, again, we're talking about these very nuanced, very technical, and very factual specific issues. So I will not sit here and tell you that could someone who is a taxpayer, who isn't covered by this procedure, start the process, find a way to give themselves standing, which I won't go through, but there could be a way to give themselves standing and continue that challenge and ultimately in court say that you have violated one of those articles. It is possible, but I think from what I had just said that the law is greater on your side to say that we as a board adopt policies which form procedures and we did not, if, for example, and we did not find it just and proper to include that taxpayer. We should not govern entirely always by the threat of a lawsuit. But we should always bear in mind the law. So as long as you have the law and you understand what I've said, then it is up to you as the elected officials to measure your risk and your reward.
And I just want to say one more thing. And you know, it was brought up and made apparent tonight that there is only one board member that has children in school that I'm aware of, Mr. Ferrante. So when I speak to grandchildren, or you know, but the question that I keep coming back to is, if we have one board member that has kids in school, then what qualifies us to have an opinion as board members? Who put us in this position? And if I can answer, I mean, it was the taxpayers of this county. They went to the polls and they voted us into this position. So if we are elected to this board to represent the people of Worcester County, but the people of Worcester County have no voice here with how their taxpayer dollars are spent, that it doesn't really make sense.
Hold on. Okay, Mr. Gordy?
Yes. To start with, there's been great detail at length to make these books age appropriate, and I trust that that's happening. The one thing that I'd like to say is that we just spent, what, 3-4 hours something with taxpayer input, just taxpayer input up to here. Does that not qualify for what you're saying? You're saying taxpayer input. We tell them, come on, give us all your input. That should be enough to qualify for taxpayer input, I think.
Ms. McComas?
Just one other thing. This is a story, okay? I get together with my neighbors, and this came up right as we're sitting around, and I started asking questions about it, and finally one of my neighbors says, "Okay, so how come they can't find a parent somewhere?" And I went, "I don't know." I said, "I understand where that's dealing with, and I live in a retirement community, so parents are hard to come by, well, most of the time, but it's just one of those things that, because of who are stakeholders in my mind, I have no problem with holding to the policy that we've got right now. If you need a parent, honestly, I bet we could find one, honestly."
Okay, anybody else? No other comments? Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Ms. Addis to include in our procedure a taxpayer as a complainant as far as a school book procedure goes. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. I have a second by Mr. Gordy. Okay, and now I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, let the record show the vote was 6-1. Okay, and the motion is denied.
Mr. Ferrante, if we could take just 2 seconds, I'd like to make an announcement, because I know people will stay for this today, and I see phones in my... I apologize to you for answering phone, but I'm doing 3 jobs at one time. I have just approved for a 1-hour delay tomorrow, because we still have some, I saw all of you going crazy out there. We still have roads, especially in the Pocomoke area. If you're familiar with the county, when the Pocomoke River rises, we have low-lying roads that buses still cannot get down. So I have approved a 1-hour delay for tomorrow, and mainly in the Pocomoke and Snow Hill area. I'm still having some difficulties based on the information I've been receiving during this entire meeting. I got staff out on the roads riding and sending me messages. So I just wanted to make that clear before everybody goes, because I saw some of you going,
No, you're not gonna leave.
and I knew exactly, because our messages, Carrie's done the same thing, because she sends the message out. I wanted everybody to know. Sorry, Mr. Ferrante.
That's okay. We're good. So Dr. App had to leave, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Wallace.
Well, I have one exciting thing before that.
Oh,
though.
you have a blueprint.
I have a blueprint update.
Yes, you do.
And don't
Go ahead.
leave. Don't leave, everyone. It's so exciting. No, I'm just kidding. You can leave if you need to leave. Thank you for being here. Ms. Shorts, as you can see, is not here this evening, and so she has asked me to share a blueprint update. So the blueprint implementation plan was released on December 8th. As promised, it was set up differently, and it appears to be much more streamlined than last year's plan. It was condensed from 164 responses to 24 responses across 5 pillars. The newest component of the plan this year is requiring a system-wide blueprint implementation response. The piece of the plan asks 5 questions about the district that has to be responded to, completed, and approved prior to the pillar responses. The system-wide blueprint implementation responses are due to the AIB MSDE by March of 2024. As you may remember, the entire plan was due last year in March. The rest of the plan, the pillar responses, are not due to the AIB and MSDE until May 1st of 2024, again, a departure from last year's structure. We will continue to meet with our teams of educators, parents, and community members to help us to respond to the system-wide blueprint implementation questions, as well as the pillar questions, and we will keep you posted on our progress. Do you want me to move on?
Thank you. We're going to keep with you for
Sure.
administrative operations.
Yes, this is the first time I've done this in a while, so I could be a little bit rusty. Dr. Apt had a family emergency, so he apologizes, but he had to leave. The superintendent, before you have an exhibit, and the superintendent would recommend approval of the following. Oh, no. I wrote all over my notes and I can't see. Thank you. I just realized there's writing there, so it's not happening. The following resignations: Kelly Wells, Cedar Chapel Special School; Marissa Redden, Buckingham Elementary School; and Glenn Young, Stephen Decatur Middle School. The following new hires: Kristen Efford, Cedar Chapel Special School; Kelly Neal, Berlin Intermediate School; Elise Kovich, Snow Hill High School; Jennifer John, Cedar Chapel Special School; Amanda Bunting, Snow Hill Middle School; Jenna Valabalos Oboleto, Berlin Intermediate School; Hannah Linton, Pocomoke Elementary School; and Mary Holmuth, Berlin Intermediate School. Also, the following promotion: Tanya Davis, Buckingham Elementary School. And again, the superintendent would recommend the approval of this exhibit as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Can I have a motion to approve the personnel exhibit as presented and a second?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Gordy and a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, moving forward, Dr. Wallace, Carrie, we have the calendar, the revised calendar proposals for FY24 and FY25.
Good evening, everyone. I had afternoon on my paper, but here we are. So today I'm presenting to you calendar proposals for the 2024-2025 school year that have been designed to meet both state and local requirements. The three proposals maintain those focus areas we've traditionally had, as well as the popular moderately balanced option we added last year. I want to note that with all proposals, 3 inclement weather days have been built into the end of the school year. However, just as we did during last year's process, we notate that beyond those 3 days, it is our intention not to further alter the calendar with closures, but to transition to virtual learning. The legislature did pass Senate Bill 610 in the spring, which provided specific guidance around the implementation of virtual instruction days for inclement weather, which I've included in your board docs packet. However, all of my counterparts throughout the state are still awaiting MSDE's regulations on the implementation of this legislation, so I'll bring information back to you on that as soon as it becomes available. I also want to thank those members of the Teachers Association who were an integral part in helping provide input and then feedback on the options I'm presenting today. That's Ms. Beth Shockley-Lynch, Ms. Susan Sterling, Ms. Dawn Stutzel, and Ms. Mary Beth Lampman. As written into the contract this year, WCTA has also provided its initial written feedback to the board on these initial proposals as well, which you also have as part of your board docs packet. Now, turning to the exhibit before you, and I do believe you all have hard copies of those 3 calendar options. As I mentioned before, we really lean into those focus areas for those first 2, with the first seeking to end the school year as early as possible in June. So that first proposal includes a winter break from Monday, December 23rd through January 1st. Spring break includes only the state-mandated holidays of Good Friday and Easter Monday, which brings the potential end of the school year to June 9th. The second proposal intends to provide more frequent and longer breaks throughout the school year. So you'll see a full week break for Thanksgiving, a 2-week winter break in December, and the addition of 2 days to spring break in March. And this calendar potentially ends the school year on June 18th. And lastly, the third proposal before you is the one that balances the 2 more extreme focus areas. Within this proposal, Thanksgiving reverts back to the Wednesday through Friday closure, winter break is roughly a week and a half, and spring break maintains that extended break, bringing the potential end of the school year to Friday, June 12th. Following today's meeting, we intend to publicize these calendar options as soon as possible using our traditional survey tool, which is SurveyMonkey, to give all of our stakeholders the opportunity to weigh in on which option they prefer, and they can provide any suggestions they may have as well. And I'll be back before you in early 2024 with both the survey results as well as the superintendent's recommended calendar for your approval. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Do you have any questions for
I have a
Carrie? Go ahead.
question.
Ms.
Sure.
Harris.
Last year when we did the calendar, I was here for when we were approving the final calendar. But I had heard from a lot of people in my area they were very unhappy about the Wednesdays early dismissals. A lot of people. They were disappointed that Fridays didn't have early dismissals for taking advantage of a long weekend with their family, because the middle of the week kind of doesn't really do anything for their family. So was that never taken into consideration, or did anyone else hear about that?
I think they've heard. I think the school board has heard from you.
Carrie's got some comments. We have too. Yeah,
Okay.
you're on target.
I just didn't know, because I see that all of these calendars
Still include that.
Still include that without
Yes.
any deviation from that, not even one calendar showing Fridays as like a half day instead.
Correct. These are just the initial options. We still have room to kind of make adjustments there. And I will tell you, in the feedback that you've received from WCTA, they also share those concerns, and they've included that in their feedback for the board as well. But that is some discussion that we're having around that. I know that our leadership team is still kind of having that conversation. But of course, to keep with our timeline, to kind of keep moving us forward, we wanted to make sure that we got these proposals in front of you this month.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just want to make everyone
Any
aware.
other
'Cause I
questions?
got a
Yeah,
lot of
absolutely.
people
We have heard that.
me about that, so.
It makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions for Carrie? Carrie, thank you. Thanks for all the hard work you do on that calendar. We appreciate it. Okay, next up is administrative operations, the Board of Education meeting schedule, and turn it over to Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. The board has expressed some interest in having some additional time to work through the budget for FY25. To support this, the superintendent is proposing the revised 2023-2024 Board of Ed meeting schedule, which includes 2 additional budget work sessions, one on January 8th and one on January 9th. I don't know if they have any questions on the proposed changes in the meeting schedule.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Tolbert? I think our board members are aware of this.
The time is
It's from
9
9
It's
to
9
12.
to 12.
What are the meetings that have the award ceremonies during the months of?
These are
No, I'm just saying as far as the regular monthly meetings.
We'll have
January, January 16th.
I know that on the last one you had it marked on the last time we went over it.
January will definitely have one.
Oh, sorry, okay. Are we going to see this proposed calendar then again to vote on, or?
In January.
In January, okay.
Yeah, we'll see it again.
If we could have those days marked, that would be great. Thank you. Preliminary.
Just revise
Gotcha.
it,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
The superintendent recommends approval of the revised.
Okay,
calendar.
I'm going to call for a motion. I have a motion to revise the board meeting schedule that includes the addition of the budget work sessions for January 8th and 9th, 2024.
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Andes. Second. A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, Mr. Tolbert.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, now I'll turn it back over to Dr. Wallace for the safety update.
Yes, I'm going to be brief tonight. We continue to work in tandem with our sheriff's office on a daily basis, keeping our students safe. And just one update, I did share with you last month that we had our district-wide safety committee was going to convene, and I thought I would have some recommendations for you. One of the requirements of our district-wide committee is that our teachers association is represented. They contacted me before our meeting that we were supposed to have in December and said that the 3 members could not attend. And so that's a requirement for us. So we have moved that meeting. So our subcommittee meeting, or our safety district meeting will be January 9th. So I will be coming back to you in the January meeting.
Okay. Thank
Back
you
to you,
very
Mr.
much.
Bronte.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it back over to Mr. Tolbert for the federal programs audit.
Yes, sir. Thank you. As the board knows, each year our Board of Education has an audit of our federal programs. We're required to do that because we receive federal money. This year, the audit was performed by UHY, certified public accounting firm out of Salisbury, Maryland. The board has a copy of the audit in front of them. I'm just going to highlight very briefly. The first few pages are just the standard auditor reports. It says that we have internal controls are good. We're in compliance with all of our grants. On pages 9 through 11 of that audit, list all the expenditures and the federal awards for FY23. The major ones include Title I of about $1.9 million total, special education grants of $1.79, COVID-19 grants of over $11 million, and a school lunch program of about $2.9. The total federal awards last year that flowed through our school system were $19,932,716 from 88 different federal grant awards. And on page 13, you will see on that page there were no findings and no question costs, which means it was a clean audit, which is great because all those different programs come with different requirements, different restrictions, and we as a school system have to make sure that we comply with all those restrictions of those different grants. So it was a clean audit, and it's really for informational purposes. It doesn't need to be approved.
Okay.
I don't know if there are any questions from the board on those audits.
I don't know. Does anyone else have a copy of that currently? I don't think
It
that
was
It was
in-
posted on board
It's only-
docs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
board
not
docs.
in the paper. Yeah.
It's on board docs.
It is
It is in board, it's
It's
in
on,
board docs.
other than on board docs, there's no paper in front of us.
Yeah, just not in our packet.
Okay, but does anyone have any questions for Mr. Tolbert? Dr.
I-
Andes?
No, I'd just like to commend Mr. Tolbert and the entire team. I heard him say 88 grants.
Yes, sir.
That's a tremendous responsibility for a part-time person.
Yes, and Leanne.
Well, basically, one person in your shop plus a little bit of extra help to oversee 88 grants. And as we all know, all of us have written grants. Everything grant comes with its own strings attached, compliance, so forth and so on. So I just please extend my personal appreciation to your team for overseeing that, and also for your team to have a clean audit. And just to reiterate, all federal dollars are restricted. All federal dollars are restricted, and they have to be spent where the federal government says they need to be spent. And we have no flexibility in terms of we can't move money from special ed, as an example, to regular ed, as an example. So I thank you and commend your entire team, Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you, Dr. Andes.
Mr. Tolbert, thank you, and I'll stay with you because you have a monthly
All right.
financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. The last item from my end is the monthly financial report for the month of November, with total non-salary expenditures of $4,097,665.04. The superintendent recommends approval of the November financial report as presented.
Can I have a motion and a second to approve the November 30th, 2023 monthly financial report as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Gordy and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion
May I
passes.
just make a comment?
Yes.
On that monthly financial report, you'll see where I was reimbursed for $454, and I want to clarify that. I attended the Maryland Association Boards of Education meeting in Annapolis. That $454 and change was for 2 nights stay in Annapolis at reduced rates at the MABE Conference Center, and $12 each day for parking. I did not seek reimbursement for mileage, and I did not seek reimbursement for food. The only thing I sought reimbursement for was the overnight stay in Annapolis. And as a member of the Maryland Association Boards of Education Board of Directors, it was kind of a requirement for me to be there, and very good conference. And I encourage all my other board members to consider next year attending the MABE conference. Thank you.
Dr.
for
Andes, I
clarifying
thank you for representing us. You do a great job with that, and the information you bring back is definitely worthwhile, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andes, for clarifying. And now I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board members for any board comments they'd like to make. Mr. Gordy.
Thank you, sir. I just want to thank all the brave soldiers that are still here. You've been here a long time, and we appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Buchanan.
I just want to give a little shout out to the teachers that just got their national board certification. You know, that that is an amazing accomplishment. And I looked into it, and when I was still in the classroom, it was like too much for me. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you.
Dr. Andes.
I originally had 10 things on my list, but I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smack.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's.
So I just wanted everyone to know that now, as board president, I hold the record for the longest meeting ever. Okay? So I don't know if my fellow board members in the future would try to accomplish that, but I just wanted you to know. But I also want to iterate, we always appreciate public comment. You know, we need to hear both sides. It's what shapes us. And I want to extend a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone in our community. It's a great time to be with family and share great memories from when we were children. So thank you very much for being here today. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for some informational items.
I'll be very quick. I want to again reiterate that we are an hour delay tomorrow due to flooding roads in the south end of the county. On December the 21st, which is this Thursday, schools will be closed a half a day. Dismissal again will be a half a day this Thursday. From December the 21st in the afternoon through January the 2nd, we will be on winter break, and schools will be closed. We will reopen on Wednesday, January the 3rd. January the 10th, it will be a half a day for students. It will be in the afternoon, professional development for staff. On Monday, January the 15th, again, schools and offices will be closed in recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And then on January the 16th, our next full board meeting, after the meeting, and board members, if you can stay, we will be doing our tenure reception at 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. The next Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held January 8th, Monday, January 8th, in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at the Central Office, 2024. And the work session, that's the budget work session that we're speaking of, and will begin at 9 a.m. and will end at 12 a.m. The following day, we will have another budget work session meeting. Now I'll ask my fellow board members, I know you really don't want to, but I'll ask you for a call for adjournment. Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, a motion and a second. A motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.